Start talking at 3. Here I am. Hello, internets. Dean Wiley yapping at you. So far, all by myself. Sorry for any noise. I was messing with a connector cable. Couple of things to tidy up from yesterday. If you're looking at it in the thumbnail, pretty soon I gotta go look at view your channel. Are we live? Because I don't have anybody else sitting in with me. Yep, we are live. That's Jimmy and Rosalind Carter. He ripped away on out of here yesterday. Such a lovely couple. Check the time. Ooh, and OO. R.I.P. Carters. I already did. Admin for yesterday. Got a bunch of stuff. Leftovers from yesterday. New stuff today. I want to spend some time talking about from whence we came. I was but a child in the age of his ascension to the throne. I searched my memory last night, this morning. I believe I am, in my humble opinion, just mine, all alone. Okay with the saying that if he not the first and last, certainly the last in my lifetime, good guy president we've had. I'll talk about it later. It ain't fun, or it is, or we're gonna make it fun. If you see the description, I got some O's that need to be turned into X's. Nope, I didn't put a link to that song again. Sorry, the tennis elbow joint or whatever we call it. The old war injuries. Acting up today. I'm trying to take the pain. We're going to do some chit-chats. Here we are, already doing it. Do the admin, just crossed off the checklist. Maybe I should make this bigger so people can see it. Old peoples like me, you young people, just go about your business. We got to finish up yesterday's checklist. It is below. And then as soon as we do that, we tie it together with Joyce Vance, who I called coincidental Vance. She has really got big, especially since Mr. J.D. Vance, not related or affiliated, came on scene. They both came into my eye space in the same era. Her before him. Wow, I saw the meter go up on that one. That was the joint. It popped and crackled at the same time. So we're going to do some checklist. Then we're going to yap about Jimmy Carter. Hey, Rosalind. What a lovely couple. Men on fire. Oh, there he is. Hi, George.
Hey, I
Puppy.
didn't get the memo.
That's okay.
I just happened to be watching a YouTube video when the little bell said, "Hey, someone you just posted something you generally watch."
GH.
No,
Online. World beware. Just getting to the last man on fire. TB? Question mark? Well,
he
I
was
sent you
the
email.
best
I sent you text. It was meant to be how it is.
for
I
longest time.
assume for the
I'm
longest
going
time.
back to something you posted at 1 minute. Yes, he was the best ex-president we've ever had. As a president, he lost tons to be desired, but he's the best ex-president we've ever had.
Former, whatever floats your boat, or just president forever. They, especially the theys of Dash D fame, infamy, read it. And I reread yesterday about Mr. Trump and his lawyer calling himself
Yeah.
president, but probably 99 out of 100. Anytime you look up them talking about Mr. Obama, they still call him president as if he
Yeah.
is right now. It's all good. Don't anybody get
But
their undies in a
one
crinkle.
thing, one thing I would like to point out, Jimmy Carter, at the same age as a current POTUS, was 100 times more alert than this POTUS is at the same age. But he
15 years older, Jimmy Carter could smoke that dude.
well, I think he's almost 20 years older because Jimmy's 100 and Biden's fixing to turn 80.
I thought Biden was already 80.
I think he's getting ready to turn 80.
Joe Biden, wiki.
I think. I won't swear to
Joseph
it.
R. Biden Jr., current age. Give us his current age. He's 82.
Okay.
I guess. Wait.
But still.
Let me calculator. My mind said. Where
was he born?
He was born November 20, 1942. 2 from 4 is 2. That's 82. He is 82 in a month.
Well, when
outside
Biden first,
cellularly. Let's put it that way. The last time they showed when he was still 99, a couple months ago, Mr. Jimmy Carter. I thought, and I laughed, and I told my good woman, I said, as bad as he looks better than Joe. Just saying.
well, I was just thinking mental faculties. Because at 80, Jimmy Carter was still going outside and building homes for Habitat for Humanity.
Oh yeah, I saw a thing that would
At
have put
80.
him somewhere around 89, where
But it's
they showed him riding his bicycle around. It's one of the pictures on the wiki. We'll look at it later.
I remember very vivid the time while he was president.
About.
And as a youngster, I do remember thinking, oh, great, another Southern president. He's going to be great. He wasn't. He sucked as president. And because it was so bad is the reason we got Reagan. Reagan was a lot better. Not saying he's perfect. I'm just saying he was a lot better. And that's when they also claimed, oh, all these Democrats were switched to Republicans because of Reagan. Well, Reagan did it so he could run for president because he was originally a Democrat.
So many.
In fact, wasn't he a Democrat governor of California?
Yes, he was. But of course, that was all part of the revisionist history. All this and all that. And I did some researcher this morning. It's in the email. It's in the list. We'll look at it. What was I looking for? YouTube. Go to YouTube. Oh my gosh. The painful joint is deluxe painful. I've done a lot of to-dos today. And part of
I'm sorry.
The grinding of the whatever you call it, the axe grinding is that vibration makes it worse, of course.
Yeah.
And I have driven It's only a few miles, but a few miles, the vibration of the vehicles, because I had to take both vehicles to get inspected. Been putting it off for like a month. And due by tomorrow. So I was like, I better go do that.
Yeah, because
But
that
the
used to be
vibration
a 50.
makes
The
it
15
bad.
grace period. The used to be 15-day grace period you had to. They did away with that, or it never existed, and cops no longer acknowledged that there was ever a 15-day grace period.
Yep.
You had from the first day of the month, you had 15 days to get your inspection. I remember that vividly. And then all of a sudden, nope, that's not how it works. Oh, and never go on a military base with an expired inspection tag. That's a federal traffic ticket.
There. Copy. Close.
Before
Close.
Fort
Before
Bragg,
what?
Fort Bragg became a closed base. I was driving a friend's car, and his license tag was out. They instantly gave me a ticket. Oh, federal doesn't recognize a 15-day grace period. Oh, shit. I just happened to take the one road that they were doing a random license and sticker inspection on base.
Yep.
But that street also, which is even funnier, that access street no longer exists. They closed it when they closed the base. They tore it up, and then they moved Iron Mike because a general got sick and tired of soldiers or civilians climbing up the statue and painting a yellow line down his back. So they moved it from the entrance near Knox Street to Normandy housing area, right across from the general's house, middle of the parade ground.
All right. What have we got here?
Send me an email with the itinerary.
Yep.
Ah, okay. I hadn't checked it yet. I got it about between 2:30 and 2:17.
Well, I said it just before 2. Hey, I'm not saying anything. Yahoo could have chewed on it for that long.
Yeah, I was just looking at the email that came before it and the email that came after it. The email that came before it was I got it 2:17. It says I got it at 2:30, and the one I got after it is 2:33.
I can't even begin to say this person's name. Bring the heat in upcoming drama Man on Fire. This is from Netflix. The Watchmen star will lead the series as John Creasy, a special forces soldier looking for a fresh start. But John must battle his personal demons before he can truly turn over a new leaf.
I've only seen him in one movie, and it wasn't bad. It was boring, but it wasn't bad. I mean, it was action-packed. It was nothing but action with no story. You know, it's like nudity with no story. If it makes sense in the story, fine, go nude. I don't care. Action for no reason other than to film action scenes. Boring.
Man on Fire is, yeah. They apparently have an 8-episode season 1. They got a director for the first 2 episodes. Hey, Netflix, you need somebody to work on the other 6? We'll work for food. Nuh-uh. I am probably not the right one to be director, but my wife recently sent me a link to everybody talking about Clint Eastwood as a director and how everybody likes him that way, except all the woke modern people don't like him that way.
The woke people don't like him, period.
And he don't like them work with them. So it's all good. All right. So let's cover that at 15. Oh. Yes. Period.
Didn't he run?
Netflix has a upcoming Man on Fire series.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Clint Eastwood run for mayor because they rezoned his bar without consenting him, and they wouldn't unrezone it?
I don't know why
So
he
he ran.
ran for mayor, but he ran for mayor of a tiny little burg
Well, it's where he lived.
place.
Yeah, but it's where he lived.
But yeah,
Why not?
I think he was mayor.
I think he ran mayor twice.
1600 Clint Eastwood
But
was
recently,
mayor. We believe. I'm not going to dig it up. We got other things to do. We got a lot of ground to cover. If we get time later, we'll come back to it. Clint Eastwood was mayor. We believe. Oh, anybody hopping in? Sorry. I did it again. I'm the yin and yang with the masks. George is the bear. The bear. Clint Eastwood was mayor. And my missus this weekend watched a online documentary about Clint Eastwood as a boss. The only part I saw, because she made me see it, I saw the Tom Hanks segment where he told about why Clint directs so quietly. There, I wrote a big long note about it. I'm not going to write why. You just go look it up yourself. Tom Hanks, Clint Eastwood. Here's the short version I can think of. Because he started out in westerns.
mm-hmm.
Clint Eastwood said he learned on set as an actor, not a director, etc. They'd all get in their places, and these fussy, the directors and the producers and the everybody that they used to have back in the 1960s, I believe, is when he started. Might have been the 50s. I don't know. Clint Eastwood's an
50.
old dude.
I think he started in the.
He's another one. Hey, Joe Biden, reach on out. Say, like, what do you eat, sir? And you can't catch up. You can't make up for lost lift the weights time. But, does he take some vitamins or something, Joe? You might want to look into that.
Yeah, he's 94. He was born in 1930.
Yep. Oh, jawbones. I mean, tennis elbow. Okay, so here's what Tom Hanks said that I guess you call this hearsay. It's what Tom Hanks says, and it's recorded on the internet. So if he's wrong and he's fibbing, go sue Tom Hanks, not me.
And we were.
That why Clint Eastwood directs so quietly, because when he was just an actor, they'd line up 10 actors, some of them who had no idea about horses and were scared to death of them. So the horses were already very fearful and frightful and wondering, why are these people so scared? And then the guy would come out and the director would scream really loud, sound, cameras to speed, lights, and screaming the whole time. And the horses would start spooking and bucking and rolling over. And then he'd say, take number 7. And the clacker guy would clacker the clacker, and all the horses would go nuts. And then they'd have to stop, reset it, set it up again, and then do it again. That's according to Tom Hanks. According to me, according to Tom Hanks. So that's why As soon as he started his Malpaso company and started to be in charge of stuff himself, and it was really funny. I'm not doing Tom Hanks's version any justice. That Clint Eastwood as the director is very soft-spoken and quiet and patient.
And
If there's
yes,
horses or not.
he does. He started in 1955.
Wow, Clint Eastwood.
He's only credited. He's, I guess, an extra or a background character in 3 movies, and was given credit in one movie, which was Francis in the Navy, which is about the mule Francis.
Yeah.
I used to love those movies. My favorite story that they tell on I first heard it on AMC, when AMC used to give little histories behind the various actors and movies when it was still American movie classics. Was Audie Murphy was doing a movie, and he was a little hungover because he was a known alcoholic. But the actor kept yelling at him because he thought only way he could get his point across was to yell and scream. Halfway through the day, when they broke for lunch, apparently Audie Murphy walked up to him in a very soft, low voice, says, "You yell at me one more time, and I'm gonna shoot you dead." The director went to the studio head and told him about it, and then the head of the film company or studio went, "Well, I guess you have a choice. You stop yelling or quit." He quit. Because one of the things Audie Murphy used to do between sets is he would practice with his 1911, and he could supposedly shoot the rosebuds off of rose bushes from about 30 feet. As well as when he first got to Hollywood to work out some of his stress, he took up judo with James Cagney, and he only stopped practicing when James Cagney is when his skill surpassed James Cagney, who was also a black belt in judo. Apparently, Cagney just told him, "You need to find another instructor. You've gone beyond what I can teach you."
Oh my gosh. What in the world is going on?
What?
The Gauntlet, 1977. Clint Eastwood and his then wife, or maybe she wasn't yet wife, Sandra Locke.
Uh-huh.
Fanboy, stupid. Listen, Internet, I was 8. Maybe. It doesn't say the release date. I turned 8 in 77. Don't think you're smart. I don't use my birth date for nothing. Oh, anyway.
Oh yeah, one
Sandra
of the
Locke.
more
So many hearts. Fanboy. Hating Clint Eastwood because I was not him. Jealous. Not over his movies and his fame and his everything else. Hi, Elizabeth. We'll be here a while, then John gets here.
It's also his. If you look at what you're looking at, the movie poster that was done by Frank Frazetta, one of my favorite artists.
So, but especially in that movie, I like the story. I said, oh my gosh. According to the IMDb, it's only worth 6.4 stars, and I had just put up on the screen that I give it 10 out of 10. I love the
Yeah.
Gauntlet. It's amazing.
A lot of people put it out as a Dirty Harry sequel, even though it was a different character, but it was a Dirty Harry-esque movie.
Not at all. Not to me.
He played a similar character to Dirty. The no nonsense, get the job done, even if you have to fight the cops, your fellow cop.
So you do remember the Gauntlet?
Yeah,
What do you
I
rate it?
remember them
How many
shooting that.
stars you give it?
8.
8 out of 10. I approve.
It
I'll allow you to
was a
continue.
very, it was a very fun movie, and I remember seeing it in the theaters.
Me too. Same year Star Wars
I
came
was
out.
I was about 11. Well, the problem with when it came out, because I don't think I saw it till 78, but it's still in the theaters. Is I was so busy. 75, 76, 77. I barely spent a weekend at home. I was on the road constantly from one end of the 13 colonies to the other because I was a reenactor. We're part of the bicentennial. Also in 77, we moved from Wilmington, North Carolina to Fayetteville. So I was also starting in a new school,
Yep.
5th grade, or the year before, rather.
I guess
Early 77.
the spoiler alert will be besides everything else about it.
Oh, it's also when he got he also co-starred with a bunch of the crew that were in his Every Which Way But Loose people.
Yeah, all the big names were in it.
Well, I was referring like if you one of
Pat
the stars,
Hingle.
but he also did westerns with him too.
Yep.
Yeah, Bill McKinney was in Every Which Way But Loose.
Right turn, Clyde. We used to make good movies. We meaning America.
And in fact,
Augustina Gus Malley.
Pat
Well,
used
your audio chopped up again. That's all right.
Pat Hingle
Yep.
also did a couple of Dirty Harry movies with him too.
They did lots of movies together, and let's see who else. William Prince, Bill McKinney was the constable. I don't know who Carol Cook was, the waitress. Oh, speaking of waitresses, here I go off on a tangent. Even though nobody remembers her in anything, including she was the star or the main character in her character. Tangent over because I saw the name Alice. You know, that Alice, Mel's Diner Alice, that nobody remembers her, and she was the named character.
Remember Alice?
Everybody
Used to watch it all
remembers
the time.
Flo and Kiss My Grits, and oh, I
Well,
remember the
Alice and her
skinny little one that I always thought for a long time was Shelley Duvall. Dark hair,
character,
super skinny.
yes, the character
Uh,
Alice and her son,
DW saw the
and
name
Mel.
Alice and remembered. Not only Top Jimmy. Let me look it up. What the name of this?
Is that
Alice.
also
No, not Algice. Alice. Slow down, fingers. Alice
right?
Eve, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Braga. No. Let's try
Alice came out.
MELS.
Alice was on TV the same time. I don't remember the name of the show, but it was about a widow mother and her 2 daughters, because the oldest daughter was played by one of the Mamas and Papas daughters.
I'm getting
The
just
the
about as
lead
mad as
male.
I can get. Because
What?
TV show Alice. It's called Alice, and when I type that into IMDb, it doesn't give me results. Linda Lavin, star of TV's Alice, Tony-winning actor, DOA's at a decent old age, not as old as Jimmy. Oh, yeah, I saw that. It scrolled by in some kind of headline scroller this morning. I said, "Oh no!" All right, now let's see. Beth Howland, Vera Louise Gorman is who I. Yes, very ist of me. I thought, is that Shelley Duvall? I also thought, is it my aunt? Dark hair, very skinny. Linda Lavin. Let's go there. Alice American TV series. Yeah, everybody remembers Flo. Kiss my grits.
Well, that was a funny comment.
Oh gosh, yes. And how Flo would spell Mississippi. I still remember it.
M-I,
Crooked
crooked
letter,
letter.
I. Toothpick, something I don't remember. She used to also say that about hell. HE double toothpicks. I learned a lot of goofy
You weren't
things
allowed
off
to
of
spell it.
that.
You weren't allowed to spell hell on TV.
Yeah. It had man hungry Florence Jean Flo Castleberry. Yep, these roads lead to this. So, where is it? Series summary. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go look at Linda Lavin at the wiki. 'Cause I don't really remember anything else other than Alice. I'm sure when I start to see the names, I'll say, oh, she was on Rhoda. Of course, I remember that. And Barney Miller.
Which was an offshoot of Mary Tyler Moore.
Oh, yeah, but my aunt religiously watched those shows in rerun and syndication and everything else. But I don't know, I was a kid. The Golden Globe Award for Best Actress. Okay, whatever. Be careful what you put your mouse over. Okay. She later starred in NBC sitcom Sean Saves the World and CBS sitcom 9JKL. See, I don't know anything about it. Legal drama The Good Wife. I've seen some of it. Got it first couple of seasons, I think. The Good Wife. Opening a new tab. I don't recognize the names, but I do believe I got a season or two of The Good Wife out of the bargain bin at a retail store. You know, it was like $3 for a whole season of TV. Sure. Neil Simon play Broadway Belle. Anyway, all right. Not only top Jimmy. R.I.P. Linda Lavin. Thanks for the memories. 37 to 24. Well, she was just a baby compared to Jimmy. 1937 through 2024. Alice. Yeah, I'm not going to hang out on. Oh, she was in the Diary of Anne Frank in 1998. I don't think I've seen that version. Maybe I have. I don't know. Damn Yankees in 67. I know I've seen it. I just don't. The Muppets Take Manhattan. I've seen that. Oh well. Rip, Linda. What were we supposed to be doing? Yes,
I'm
Netflix
trying
has
to
an
find a
upcoming
show
show.
that I was talking about, and I can't find it.
Oh well, it'll come back eventually. Let me get back on the list. Finish up yesterday. Yep, about Jimmy Carter.
What? Oh, One Day at a Time. That was the show I was trying to.
One day at a time.
Yes, about a daughter. I mean, a mother and her two daughters.
Oh, that's Eddie Van
And
Halen wife's show, isn't it?
uh,
Valerie
I don't know,
Bertinelli.
but yes,
One
but
day
the
at
person I was
a
saying
time.
is McZeal Phillips was the daughter, if I remember correctly, of one of the band or two of the band members of the Mamas and the Papas.
What is this
And
garbage? Did they remake it? What is this? Yes, they remade it in 2017. Nope, wrong one. I want the original 75 to 84.
yeah, John Phillips. She was the of John Phillips and Susan January, who were members of the, if I remember correctly, members of the Mamas and the Papas. And she used to get high with her father doing marijuana and nose candy until her father decided to get sober and she was still using. So versus trying to help her out, he kicked her out of the house. And now the pictures of her now are rough. But then again, you and I know drugs will do that to people.
Oh, I was just gonna look her up on the IMDb because I mean on the wiki page because I thought she was another one of those back in the 70s that left this place by OD. Mackenzie Phillips, an American actress,
She's still living.
is. Well, I hope she's doing well. I hope she is recovered. Because I really did think, my mind told me I had close proximity to Eddie in those days, all the way through the 80s. And I just, for whatever reason, had in my noggin. I'd never heard anybody talking about it really, but because Eddie was married to Valerie, everyone was like, "What happened to people from the show?" Oh, yeah, Mackenzie, she's OD'd. Okay.
Mackenzie Phillips. No, she's still living.
Yep. She was in American Graffiti. There was someone else I was looking at the other
Oh yeah,
day.
she played a little girl in a very new to high school, type little girl who wanted to hang out with all the seniors that were getting ready to graduate, and had a crush on one of the drag racers.
She has starred on Orange is the New Black. I've never seen any of it, but
Neither have I.
lots of people around me at the time when it was new talked about it. The career. Phillips was 12 years old during the filming of American Graffiti and 13 when the movie was released. Very good. Phillips performed as a singer and toured with a reformed version of the Mamas and the Papas known as the New Mamas and the Papas.
Well,
Very good.
it was
Yay.
it was the some of the descendants or children of the Mamas and the Papas. In fact, Mama Cass's daughter, I think, still performs.
It is crawling up on the screen. Yes, it's a wiki page. All you people that are allergic to the wiki, and I'm sorry,
Just like
go get yourself an EpiPen and grow up. After
for
two near fatal overdoses, Phillips entered Fair Oaks Hospital voluntarily for treatment. In 1981, the producers of One Day at a Time invited her back to the show. However, in 1982, Phillips relapsed into cocaine use, and the following year she collapsed on the show's set. After refusing to take a drug test, she was fired permanently and her character written out of the series. Okay, that's
Yeah.
hey, I was a
Now,
kid. I was
well,
I
yeah.
remembered what happened to her. Like it must have been they were sitting around talking about Valerie's show. What happened to Valerie's show? Why is the co-star fired? Well, she OD'd. Oh, okay. It didn't affect my
Well,
mind. I didn't think like forever, or did you get to
there,
stab her in the heart with that big giant adrenaline needle? That's how they did back then. Go see Pulp Fiction.
to this day,
It's
it's been close to 50 years since Mama Cass died. Some people still say, "Oh, she died choking on a ham sandwich." No, no, no. She died from heart failure from one being overweight and constantly going on fad diets, which weakened her heart. There just happened to be a sandwich in her hotel room that was partially eaten. But you know how the news takes a picture and go, "Oh, that's how she died because she was overweight. She must have died choking on a ham sandwich."
my mind. My
And
mind is not right today. I shouldn't be trying to honor the fallen on a day like today. Oh my gosh. What just popped into my head is that daggone Monty Python's The Meaning of Life.
oh
Just one
yeah,
more tiny little light wafer. Go to the YouTube. It is there. I
according
know
to
it is.
according to the coroner report, there was barely anything in her stomach. So whatever she had eaten had already digested, and it was in the UK, and the coroner report was made public, and was made public decades ago. But people insist, "Oh, she died choking on a sandwich." No.
Yes. I'm just gonna. Oh my gosh. And I
So
understand what they're
anybody that's
trying to say, but I've got this dumb cartoon image of this lady with, a foot long log of a sandwich sticking out of her gullet.
yeah.
And I'm like, why didn't someone
Oh,
just reach up there and pull that
you,
thing out of there?
I forgot what movie it was, but there was a movie, a horror movie where people were being killed by their deadly sins, and one of them was gluttony, and it had a guy who
I think it's
died from
called Seven.
uh, force fed spaghetti. Didn't he
Who,
explode in
who,
that
who was
skit?
it?
Suppose
Yes. Who was it you said allegedly, supposedly DOA'd on a ham sandwich?
Mama Cass.
Oh my gosh. All of these
Beautiful.
are brown.
Problem
Mama
was,
Cass supposedly,
did
allegedly,
that's what
rumoredly
news reporter
DOA'd
and
on a ham sandwich.
the news reporters
Made
and
DW think a wafer. Monty Python.
oh yeah,
For no good reason, and yes, I do believe it was. Made GH think gluttony
no,
7, but it's spelled with a backwards 3, even before the age of hacker speak, I believe, with, oh my gosh, the guy with the perfect voice and Brad Pitt. Morgan Freeman. 1990s, and I'll look it up. We'll look it up, make sure. I didn't misquote me. Go away. Go away. Go away one day at a time. I still don't forgive you, Valerie Bertinelli. You were a B word. Ah. Mwahaha. That's probably why I got my face space erased. Because I told the tale. What a B word she was.
I wouldn't know because I never met her.
What was I about to look up? 7. IMDb. 1995. I was correct. Oh no. It wasn't the 3s for E's. It was a 7 for a V. SE7EN. 1995. R. 2 hours, 7 minutes. And
I just
yes,
remember
I
that
was
one
right on
scene.
the actors. Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt.
Hmm.
And I saw it in a theater in Dunn, North Carolina. Once. And have never seen it again. The company that was there made it okay and fun. So don't ruin it by seeing the movie and without the same company at that era in your life. Well, I had Kevin Spacey in it. Gwyneth Paltrow. I forgot she was in it. I don't remember enough about it to really rate it. Add 1 for Gwyneth Paltrow. -1 for Kevin Spacey, and then add it back because he was acquitted of all the stuff. I guess. Ham sandwich.
And it had Arlie Emmel in it.
Who? Arlie
Gunny.
Emily.
Yeah.
I always mess
Yeah.
his name up so bad.
So do I, but just say Arlie. Make people generally know who you're talking about.
Just call him Gunny. Call him drill instructor. Everybody should know. Yeah.
Gunny, not drilling. Gunny.
R. Period. It's an initial. R. Middle name Lee. Ermy. Rip. He's a rip too.
Even though he technically did not get the rank Gunny except for his honorary, the Marine Corps awarded it to him, back in the 90s, I think it was, for his services to the Marine Corps after he left the Marines.
Oh, there is just way too much from Full Metal Jacket.
They're paying for it. You eat it.
Mm-hmm. That's it. We need a little bit of that up at the Congress. When one of them messes up, make them all do push-ups. While the other one stands there and
Eats a donut.
yeah.
The funny part
Or
is
the
that'd be
other
one way
stuff that Congress people get up to.
with the
They'll
number
stop having that problem.
with a number of those Congress critters. We would be a few more short if we every time they messed up or something, they had to do push-ups.
Yep, that'd be
Because
fine.
I don't think their hearts could take it.
That's good. We need PT for those physical testing.
Push-ups, I would do good at push-ups either because my arm wouldn't take it because of the pacemaker.
Oh boy. I went down so many holes in my mind. I'm still giggling over that daggone ham sandwich sticking out of somebody's mouth. And if I was the detective or just working in the restaurant or wherever it supposedly happened or happened by the scene, I'd be the one standing there scratching my noggin going, why didn't somebody just pull it out of there? Big old log sticking out of somebody's face.
Yeah. Hers was Mama Cass down in a hotel room. She just got finished doing a concert.
I don't know. I don't study it that hard,
Neither do I. It's just certain entertainers stick out in my mind because I remember I either enjoy their music so much or um, their movies or something they've done.
Yep.
Uh, I thought Mama Cass had a beautiful voice. I remember her in one of my favorite kids' TV shows, HR Puffin Stuff, as one of the witches at the witch convention.
I'll make a note just in case she ever happens across this. Dearest Susan. We'll just say
Yeah, I was a bit
AX.
young. I was a bit young.
GH brought up your show. 8R. Puffy stuff.
Puffin
Stuff.
stuff and stuff.
Again. I don't know how it's properly spelled.
The Croft brothers, because they also did Sigmund the Sea Monster, Lidville, and there's one other. I just don't remember as much.
Here's my grits. Kiss
Just
my
like
ham sandwich.
the original Sigmund the Sea Monster, the older child in it was in another sitcom about some orphans that got sent to their uncle, who was a bachelor in New York, and they had the governor, the butler, who was the guy that used to be the narrator for the old Winnie the Pooh shows. But the youngest, who was supposed to be the boy's twin sister, the actress died at a very young age of, I think it was either suicide or illegal use of substances. Sad. And that stuff can kill you at a very young age.
Well, I can't find the quote. I remembered what I was thinking about before. The gauntlet quotes. Gus. Can you learn things from just movies that might take you a
Yeah.
while? Man, I still say that all the time. Any woman, sorry.
Well,
Even
it's not.
guys that act like a woman. When they start nagging, I say, in my best Clint Eastwood that is not good, fake Clint Eastwood voice, nag, nag, nag.
Well, I mean, some of these get you questioning something, so you go and learn about it. So you've learned something from a movie or
Well,
because of
I
a
learned
movie.
it from the lines of the movie. Uh, I can't find it. Oh, look, the repeated line, Ben Shockley. Nag, nag, nag. Oh, come on. Is it here? They're talking about you can't, these are rated R lines. I'm not going to read them on my stream, but this is I think. Uh, Gus. Here it is. Gus Malley. They're all talking about because she's supposedly a prostitute and all these other things. And it's something that stuck. Remember, I was 7 or 8 years old. And I said, true story, true. As I see it, the only difference between you and me is that when I quit work, I take a long hot bath and I'm as clean as the day I was born. But a cop, especially a flunky like you, when the sheriff whistles, you squat. And what he does to you rots your brain. No amount of water on earth can get you clean again. It stuck. I was like, yeah, it's art imitating life. That's a true story. I like that. Back to the Gus O'Malley. 55. The Gauntlet. Gus washes off. Cops, not so much. B or D. I need to unload a little something. A little liquids. I'm gonna put the girl up on the screen.
Okay. Thank
Hurry
you.
up. Hurry up, girl. Because I really gotta go. Be right back. Yay. Relief. Relief. Hoorah. And then I remember 57, 32. It, insert your red balloon, happened organically. It happened organically. We have been non-stop chatting about the movies, the music, and other things of the era from whence Jimmy Carter came. Whence, for you silly nanners who don't know, and too lazy to look it up in your Siri box, is a combination word of when and where. Duty admin for yesterday. There it is. It's not even in the to-do list. It's coming up on the screen. Anybody looking at the screen, wait a few seconds. I mean, only George is hearing these words in real time. It was part of the general outline for the day, the dot plan. Honor and remember Jimmy Carter and the era from whence he came. We've been deep in the 70s and
Well,
60s and 80s.
he came in about the time period when the United States was celebrating its 200th birthday, even though we weren't formed in 1776. But
Yeah, it's like a Chinese birthday. You guys all go look it up yourself. That's when our parents did their scrogging.
The biggest one, I think one of the deciding factors that got him elected was that Ford pardoned Nixon, because even though it had been 2 years prior to the election. It was still being used against Ford in the news media and the campaigns stuff.
Yep.
But with hindsight being what it is, 2020, if you really look at Ford's record, he was not a bad president. He was just a soft-spoken president. He was a good guy. I mean, that's the best way you could put it. Even as president, he was a good guy. But then again, he had no desires before he was made president to be president. He was in the Senate or the House. Was it the Senate or the House? But he was like 4th or 5th guy in line to become the president. What happened to the others? They went to jail.
Yep.
Or resigned.
All right. All this stuff left over from yesterday. Touched on, not completed. And we got a new one this morning. The same lawyer. Fail. Epic fail. It's on today's list. What I meant yesterday. I gotta scroll down. Let's put it here. Let's copy this one. D. John Sauer should not, ? Be Solicitor General. That kind of ties it all together. Let me get the thing. 01, 01, 45. Yesterday, item D. John Sauer should not be Solicitor General. Because that's what allegedly Trump has put him up for. And our Senate is going to have to weigh it and confirm it or not. And I put it in that format, in a question mark, because what the hell do I know? I'm not the President of the United States of America. I'm just some dude. He's running his yaps. So that's why I put not in a question mark format. And yin and yang and the art of lesser evils, because this John D. John Sauer. Uh-oh, I heard a sparkling noise. What happened?
That was me. I was coming back online. I was talking to the wife unit.
Oh, okay. So D. John Sauer. He is a known evil, if we're going to call him that. He is a known quantity. Would we rather have Trump put someone else up there that we don't know? I don't know. I don't think it really matters. I think in terms of, is the known evil better than the unknown evil? Probably. And one thing is, because of other topics for today, I know I ragged on you real hard at D. John Sauer yesterday. I hope you find enlightenment and suddenly realize, the error of your ways and repent yourself and change course and become a better person. But if you don't, it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Then I will hope and pray that you die unrepentant. I mean, something like that. Yeah. In a video game that you can respawn in just down the road. You keep all your treasures. I don't know. You got any thoughts on that, George? Does it matter?
Not to me.
Known evil, lesser evils, better evils? Yeah, me neither.
Well, lesser evil is better than not knowing. But the problem we're having these days, if we're talking politicians and people like this, they're not allowing, because they're probably more evil, the general public to know them. I mean,
yeah, it's like, that's why the outer wrapper checklist item for yesterday is, if I only had a Senate. It doesn't matter that there's warm, alive bodies up there. They're all spiritless.
a lot of them
I wouldn't
Fearless, soulless.
trust. I wouldn't trust the 100 of them. Yeah, you and me are thinking the same. Man, I don't trust them to decide on Mr. D. John Sauer any more than anybody else. That's all good. I mean, it's. I'm not. Don't worry, Elizabeth. I'm not being hopeless. I'm just. That's. I'm very blasé about this whole thing. In actuality, but I want to say, well, if my vote matters, Tom Tillis, are you out there? Approve the
Now,
dude.
if I
Let him
if
rip.
I, if I remember correctly, Tillis, this is his last time. He's leaving. He's not
Nice.
running again.
Good. I guess.
I agree with you. That's a good thing.
I can really, I can pull them up on the screen. It's another black hole of selfishness, stupidity, and
Laziness.
he's go see the movie Seven. He's all of the above. He's all seven embodied. In real world, he stepped right out of a motion picture and didn't even dance down the ding-danging stairs like Fred Astaire or something. Man on Fire. Yep, we did the TV series. Put an X on that bad boy. That's all I had on yesterday's checklist for John Sauer is to make up for if you only ever heard yesterday's and I didn't get this in the can today. Oh, I do wish you'd quit and go become a poop shoveler and get yourself some character. Or
That would be nice.
that somewhere, some yudgy wudgy, especially after today's thing, we'll talk about that later. Maybe I'll just stay on the light and fluffy and we'll drift back to the 70s and talk about cool 70s stuff like Ford and
Uh,
Carter and presidents who didn't suck. Not in a good way.
One of the things I thought spoke volumes of about Ford is when they asked him from the Saigon embassy what would if he because they were able to get anything he wanted from the only thing he wanted from the Saigon embassy was the ladder or stairs used to get the people to the roof to get them out of Saigon. And it's in his library. It's listed as the Stairway to Freedom. Because getting the people out of Saigon was one of the most important things he feels he managed to do. That says volumes about the man.
Which man again are we talking about?
Ford.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Yes,
Not a sponsor. It's an old ad.
I know. But
Could
you
be.
asked.
Could be.
In fact, our car is a Ford.
Yep. Back on Ford and Saigon for a minute.
So, in fact,
Then back
we went.
to the yesterday list.
My family went from a Ford station wagon, and when my brother wrecked it and it couldn't be fixed, Mom went to the Ford lot to pick up the cheapest thing she could find, and the cheapest thing on the lot was a F-100 Ford pickup truck, 3 on the tree.
Love them. Love it. Love it.
And which we used until it could not. I think my brother finally sold it. My mom gave it to my brother, and he sold it to someone he thought was a friend.
Okay.
To use
Infinity,
it.
More Lies. The good book. A good book. Many people call it the or the word with a capital W. Infinity more lies. I had to carefully think about what I might say about that from yesterday. That's why yesterday it had a question mark in it. But we did discuss at length the sound of the G word shot will set you free, and the Man on Fire shows, and the world famous Chad T9LL only. The sound of the beep will set you free. Activators. Activation words. We used to call them, starts with a TR. We're not supposed to say that anymore. CUSDOJ. I even read your documents. I learned that in the Uvalde report. And then they went on after declaring in the first 20 or so pages that you must not say that TR word anymore. It's an activation word. It's activating. I used it hundreds of times. That's okay. You guys are doing good enough for government work. You get away with it. But the infinity more lies. It does say, let me find it. That book, the word, Bible quote, words, actions, death. And it all depends on the translation that you use. In spirit, yuck, 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 because that's what's on the screen. We'll say James 2:26, and it doesn't say which edition this is or language translation, like King James or New International or something. James 2:26, as the body without the spirit is dead, so faith without deeds is dead. And you have to study Latin and Hebrew. And if you can find it, Aramaic
And Greek.
and
And Greek.
Greek. And my good, better than me woman wife, she spends hours in this every day. She's very dedicated. She comes to me and says, "Oh, guess what I figured out?" And it's something I told her 20 years ago, but I sit there and say, she'll say it different, and I'll learn something about it. But yes,
I remember my dad, he could read some Hebrew, speak some, read Greek, couldn't speak Greek, but that's all from when he became a minister.
here's another one I was thinking about. Matthew 12:36-37. Any of you who are offended, grow up. It is a book, very famous. What you do with it is up to you. I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give account for every careless. My Whammons says she hates this translation. It says idle. And you better go study the Greek and the Latin and the Hebrew and find out what that really means.
Well,
Let
not
me
only
start
that,
again. Yeah.
you also have to go back and read the Apocrypha. And for those that don't know what the Apocrypha is, you're getting ready to get a history lesson. Sorry,
Go ahead.
not sorry.
No, not sorry. Sorry,
Back
not sorry. Hashtag.
back in the 600s, remember the first Bible was written for the most part back around the 400 AD, around 625, 650, somewhere in there. The Pope, and since there were two Caesars, there were two popes, one in Rome, one in Constantinople. The one in Rome decided to ratify or say what books of the Bible would be in the new Bible. And the Pope in Constantinople, now Istanbul, another famous song, said, no, you can't do that because I wasn't there. I and my cardinals weren't with you, and we're supposed to be a council of popes and cardinals. And he says, I don't care what you say. Well, we're not going to recognize it, but they basically had a tit for tat. And then the Pope in Rome excommunicated the Pope in Constantinople, and the Pope in Constantinople excommunicated the Pope in Rome. A la the split between the Holy Roman Catholic Church and what we now know as the Orthodoxy, or Greek Orthodox, which became the Russian Orthodox when Constantinople fell. And because of that, tit for tat, and we're going to put these books in. No, you almost have to look at if you're looking at the Roman Empire, the Catholic Bible, you have to read the Apocryphers because it leaves out the book of Thomas, it leaves out the book of Mary, it leaves all, the Apocryphers is about as thick as the Bible is itself. And when I used to say, I believe in Christ, but I have my doubts about religion, my dad says that's a good thing. This is a minister, mind you, because the first person Christ came to was Thomas, also known as Doubting Thomas. And Christ had Thomas put his fingers in the holes on his wrist, which was also considered at that time the palm of the hand. The wrist port, what we call the wrist mark today, they used to also call part of the palm. And he says, see, feel, so you have no doubt. Paraphrasing. So for some things, I'm very skeptical. You got to prove it to me. I doubt your word. For other things, depending on the source and what we're talking about, I have no doubt. If I don't know, I'm going to say I don't know. That's how everybody should be.
Yeah, and this fine day, we have a whole internet that can help us. I was trying to find it, and of course, it's not translated in the exact way.
Just like
Doubt.
a lot of people do.
Oh, Lord. Sorry. The phone ringeth. I must answer.
What a lot of people don't realize, but one of the oldest Christian churches, or church that followed some of the preachings of Jesus Christ, that's what a Christian is in Somalia. And to tell you how bad the Roman Empire was, in one, I think it's like the 10th Crusade, some German Teutonic Knights came across what they believed were Christians, and they were, but they were Russian Orthodox, and they wrote back to the Pope, going, "What do we do? I mean, they're not heathens; they were believers of Christ." And the Pope basically responded, this is paraphrasing again, well, they don't believe the same way we do, so do away with them. Convert them by either the word or the sword. And yes, you're not a true Muslim if you read the Quran in English, whoopee, 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 whoopee. But the Quran has been translated into English. Read it. You will lose all doubt about whether Muslim, the faith, is a faith of peace. There are peaceful people in it, just like there are peaceful people in Christianity. The difference is, historically, is the church has manipulated what the priests have said to warp what the writings are. Because remember, at that time, only priests read Latin. The clergy read Latin. So if you went to the chapel, you had to take their word on to what they're talking about is what the Bible said, unless you were a noble and learned Latin. Whereas the Quran was supposedly written for the common man. But it is not. And I won't say that. It does not appear, in my opinion, to be a true religion of faith, of peace. Christianity, which to really follow Christianity, you have to leave majority of the Old Testament behind. Because one of the things Christ taught was forgiveness. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, I'm back for about a second. Thank you so much, sir. I must go. Faith/religion. 3:55 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. EDT.
Got to go help out the wife.
Yes.
All right.
So do you want to play stuff or hop in and out as you see fit? You want me to put the girl up?
Well, why don't do this as part 1, and if we can get back to it, do a part 2.
Putting BRB girl up. Leaving the stream to not have to make a part 2. It's very
Okay.
complicated.
Oh,
I'm just gonna
okay.
leave it like that. Putting BRB girl up, and we'll say
Too bad we don't have
GH
any intermission
May.
music.
I mean, I can put up the free music in and out, but I'm just gonna leave it.
Yeah, because I got some things I should be doing.
Elizabeth May. See the chat. Maybe. All right. Let's scroll it so it's only those 3 lines. Oh, that's 2. Okay. Those 5 lines. I forgot. This is a very long file. Put the girl up. Put the text at the bottom of the screen in front of her. And I wonder if this freaking computer is going to stay on that long. We'll find out. We'll see what happens. I don't know how long. I'll be a while, George. I'll text you when I get back close. And you, Elizabeth. I shall return. Welcome myself back. This is how things go. Life happens.
Yep, it does.
And I guess OBS or Discord or something decided that computer is doing something. Do not sleep. Yay. I was worried that long of a break, it might put itself to sleep
Yeah.
and I would come back to a broken streamer anyway and have to start over. Oh, poop. And there I was at the place where I could have fished around for a wire. And forgot it.
What kind of wire do you need?
Just a Cat 5 wire or Cat 6, whatever they are. A network wire. I have hundreds of them right where I was and forgot it. Okay, 02, 05, 30. Back. The milady is aided. Where were we? We were at words, actions, DOAs, certain literatures. This one, Matthew 12:36-37. I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give account for every careless. And I just did because I was in her presence. Confirm with wiferoni. Idle. Useless, not careless. The utterances that are like repeating the same thing. Like filling up people's ear space with utterly, it's not careless, it is useless, idle, meaningless word. Everyone, every single one. Go see yesterday's whole thing. It was all about one word. For by your words you will be justified and or judged. And by your words, including every one, you will be judged or condemned. Like
Yeah.
filling out a
Which judgment?
25
Okay.
page of nonsense and sending it to the government to make them waste their time with it.
Now,
Uh,
when you say Judgment Day, are you mean the day after of your death, or the Revelations Judgment
I,
Day?
I didn't say Judgment Day. I just read it
Okay.
out of the thing. It says judged.
Okay.
Elizabeth said, I do not believe God was what Matthew was. I believe God is great, wise, all seeing, on forever, and loving, beyond what we conceive of, unconditional, inconceivable. I also do not believe God condemns us.
I don't either. That's also the reason I don't believe in Revelations, because Revelations was written, it was a letter written to a friend while he was fasting, so he was hungry, and to stay off the hunger pains, he was supposedly on opiates. Now, that being said, if he happens to have it right, it does not mean an ending to the world. It means in the beginning of Revelations, there'll be 3 trials. 1/3 of the people will be sent to heaven, 1/3 will be sent to hell, 1/3 will be left on earth to repent. That happens 3 times. So 1/3, then divided in again into 3 parts. So 1/3 stays here, then it's divided in again to thirds, and 1/3 stays here. It doesn't mean the end. It does not mean Ragnarok, people, which is Norse.
Yeah. I don't know. I try to err on the side of caution, and I am very rude and I guess whatever that, especially the people who won't shut the H up about it. The loud, blowhard, professed religious of any kind. You better hope that you shouldn't take that literally, methinks.
I'm just saying, if you did take it literally, and then the people says, "Quit blaspheming," and what blasphemy means is using words that are not in the Bible.
I guess. Yes.
And when it says, "Thou shalt not take the God's name in vain," okay, it doesn't mean using the word God. It means His name. For
Yeah,
those that
which
don't know it, it's Yahweh or Jehovah. Another one I can't remember.
there are
Sorry,
many.
I'm weak. I'm weak on my Bible study.
That's all right. We could look it up. I just not running down that tangent too far. It just all ties back together of
Yeah.
here's everybody my version. We talk ourselves away from the truth, sometimes in the same sentence. We say and unsay. And
Well,
everybody else has to add words and add definitions and expound and expand. I just call it lies. If there's no truth in it, it's just a lie.
I attempt to live by one of the commandments, which don't judge, or that Christ said is, "Don't judge, lest ye be judged." One. And I attempt to practice forgiveness. He said forgive. He didn't say forget.
Yeah. So anyway, that was all that. Especially if all you're gonna do is sit there and repeat the lie, go watch all 10 hours of yesterday. That's all it is. Standing around repeating lies. Just shut up every once in a while. If you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all. The problem for me is that to finish up that, activations and activators. Lies, lies, lies. It's the name of a Guns N' Roses live album. And yesterday's song was in the links of yesterday's description. A link to yesterday's streamer is at the top of all this mess. So you can go get all those links if you're interested. Lies, Lies, Lies is also the name of a Thompson Twins song from the 1980s, which is another giggle ha to me. Do you believe in destiny? Because the world famous Chad T 9LL only, Chad Thompson, has a twin brother. Not saying his name. He doesn't do the internets and the social medias.
Let me guess. His name is Skippy.
Yep, that's the one.
We all have an evil twin named Skippy.
Chad's the evil twin. Brother. He's the good guy, according to Chad. We joke. We make jokes. Chad's a good guy.
Well, a lot of times when I refer to my brothers, we used to call ourselves brothers from another mother.
Yep, many people do. All right, so that covers everything of yesterday. Yesterday is over. Let's get it done. 02, 15, 45. Yesterday is complete. The boxes are X'd. So now, what do we got on the list for today? Shall we romp upon the 1970s?
For the most part, I enjoyed the 1970s. It was a sad time, but I had a lot of fun.
Oh,
and, the, and the
almost there.
only reason I call the 70s a sad time for me is because that's when my mother and father got divorced. In about 1970. And being 5 years old, I did not understand. And later, I didn't quite understand because even though mom and dad got divorced, my mother was still in love with my father.
Sorry, Elizabeth types fast. We got behind in the chats. I am doing things but listening. I think I already read that one. I missed the first one. Got back to that one. Look who brought no idol. It was those who owned plantations of all different ages and expected other people to do all the rich making work that needed to be done to keep the rich rich. I do my own work to serve, not for greed, especially someone else's greed. Adonai is the Hebrew God in some of the prayers, but another name something like Jehovah and others, and there's several Jehovah, I guess we would say hyphenated in our modern Englishes. I
Mm-hmm.
taught preschool, kindergarten, and Sunday school in 3 varied cultures, and I believe God created me wonderful and unique. And it harms my heart to find kids as young as 3 who cannot say I am wonderful because God created me. The Christian parents have managed to teach them all they are flawed and filled with sin. I feel sad about that.
Yep, it is a shame. Teaches them the fear, and from fear also stems hate. Hate and fear are the same side of the same coin.
Okay, so then we did coincidental Vance. Wow, still discussing G star D, etc. No, don't do that. Coincidental Vance is Joyce Vance.
Though
Civil discourse.
some of the debates I find absolutely hilarious is when certain, I'm using air quotes here, religious people try to claim that Christ was not a Jew, he was a Christian. But Christians are people that follow the preachings of Christ. Christ is the one who made them. And it clearly states in there that he was of the house of David, a Jewish house. That's the reason I hate people that nitpick, or not so nitpick, but pick texts and don't bother to read or attempt to read any of the other parts.
Yeah, I try to
Yeah, we all
not be
try.
judgmental,
But here's the
but
thing.
just like our founding documents and the useless tomes that have branched from them because we're all busy idiots and we think more words help. Same thing goes. I hate somebody that runs around in a John 3:16 hat and treats everybody like crap all around them, and then can't tell you what are the words at that exact. You got a hat that says John 3:16. What does John 3:16 say? Oh no. The it says 5 hours ago, but I saw it late last night. Somebody must
Now,
have subscription advanced access. If you sign up and subscribe and have a, what is this place called? Substack account. And I've thought about it, use that for the webloggery of these streamers. But I just don't know. It seems like this is all something else. Many people these days.
my question, and I wish I could have my dad here to talk to him about it, is which is more important, the Word of God or the meanings and feelings behind the Word of God? Because some of us cannot don't even really attempt to memorize word for word for the Bible, but we attempt to analyze and get the feelings and the meanings of the words. And that's what sticks with us.
All right, say it again. What
Which
is more important?
the word
The word
or the meaning slash feelings behind the
or the meaning slash feeling behind the
of
slash those, right?
yeah.
Word
The reason
S.
I put that out there is the air quote Christian Bible has been written in 3 languages, people, or 4. Greek, the original Bible, Greek, Hebrew, then translated into Latin, and for those of us that can read it, English.
Yeah, but it didn't come, it came through Germany. The
Yeah.
English, the King James version that we all use came from German.
Yep.
It didn't come from any of the original languages.
Well, it depends on the King James, right? But do you realize there was an earlier English translation that was originally 2 of them, in fact. One that was commissioned by Henry VIII,
Yes.
and as well as another one. I can't remember the person who did the translation. I do know he was uh, he seen as a heretic by the Catholic Church and excommunicated. How dare you change the words? I mean, I'm not changing a thing. I'm looking at what you say, and I'm putting it in the language of the common man.
And then didn't.
Well,
People.
he did common man at that time.
It's the same problem we have like when we get back to the founding
Yeah,
documents one day. Define man slash define people, because that meant the House of Lords and the family.
it's written. Mine saying not written, translated. It was of the common. That's where he put down common man, not the Lord, not the preacher, but the common man, so that he himself can read the Bible and understand the words of Christ without having to be translated.
Have you heard the secrets? This is from chat from Elizabeth. Have you heard the secret scrolls the Knights Templar brought back to Rome? Maybe not all before the Pope started KIing and torturing. Then
Well,
KIing the Knights Templar themselves. It is alleged those scrolls were written by Jesus himself, and his words would have put the church out of business. I learned some
right.
of it in Hebrew University and the University of Judaism. The idea was God said, "You, waiting, And that's got to be difficult. We will get this better together someday, folks. Hang tight.
I am very familiar with a lot of things about the Knights Templars.
Yep.
Part of it is because my mother is of Clan Sinclair. After the 13th, I think it was October the 13th, but when the French king decided he wanted to not pay his bills and rob the treasury of the Knights Templars, the knight / Lord Sinclair, all of a sudden, seemed like overnight, within a week, sailing the time across the English Sea, was all of a sudden had over 50 knights following him wherever he goes. And there is a legend that a very bad writer put out, but it's been said by other people, that a lot of the treasury of the Knights Templar is in Roslyn Chapel, which is the chapel that the High Lord Clan Chief Sinclair built. And that's one reason sometimes the Masons claim that their organization descend from the Knights Templars. I don't know how true that is. I never joined the Templars, not Templars, but the Masonic Lodge. I know my dad was not allowed to, because being a Lutheran minister, you're not allowed to join any secret organization. In fact, he had to give up his membership duties and membership with the 7 of 7, which is a organization within inside the veterans organization to help get things done. But the Lutheran Church considered, since it was a very small group of people, a secret society within a society. And therefore, my dad could not join the Masonic Lodge. I know my grandfather was a 32nd Scottish Rites Mason. But, when I was interested in joining, I didn't have the money for the fees. And I was told you have to pay the fees up front, and they're not. To later find out, no, that guy was lying to me. But anyhow, it's not something that I'm that interested in now. I've had good friends that are Masons, relatives. In fact, some of my relatives are members of the Mason going back all the way to the American Revolution. And before. But part of the problem I find with religion is people cannot reasonably debate without trying to start a fist fight.
Yeah.
When you reasonably debate or discuss, you also in the process teach and learn.
Yep.
We all are guilty of certain subjects we held unwavering beliefs and dedication to. But that doesn't mean you got to be mean about it. You can disagree. In fact, and sometimes it's easier just to say, okay, well, let's agree to disagree and move on to something else.
Yep. Now I'm going to read these chats. My grandfather was a master mason of top level. He also was related to the other side of the House of Roses fight over the British crown. I read a
That
book
means
on Masons which said they were descended from Masons all over the world, which in fact were stoneworkers and even cabinet makers who refused to let the monarchs pay them a tiny bit. Well, no one could hire them without paying the monarch.
I know. I just when I was said the misguided book, at least the movie was misguided, is the Da Vinci. I think it was the Da Vinci Code
Yes.
with Tom Hanks.
There was a time in America. We have a lot of
Well,
their movies. They're not, unfortunately,
right.
many people take them very seriously. And
Oh yeah. And that's one of the problems I found out because he got a lot the movie, and I think in the book as well got a lot of things wrong about the Knights Templar. And the reason I for a while was studying the Knights Templar is because it's also part of my family history, being members of the clan Sinclair that go back that far. And
oh
that's clan
boy,
spelled with a C, not a K.
did I spell it with a K? I said house.
Well, no, I'm the term clan I'm using is spelled with a C, not a K.
Oh, you know, it didn't even cross my mind. Good thinking, George.
Well, I,
uh, Fatigue plays a role in naivete. I forget. That's still a thing.
when I was in school, high school, occasionally I'd run across a fellow student who was a member of the born again Pentecostal church or one of those and was kept telling me I'm going to hell. I said, how do you figure that out? He says, because you're not doing this, you're not doing that. And I says, well, I guess I'll see you there because you're judging me and it's not your job to judge. It's God's. God will judge me. And I says, and if you really want to look at it in the purest sense of the word, you're laying down before a golden idol. What? No, I don't. Do you not kneel before a crucifix? That is an idol in the strictest sense of the word. And if it's made from gold, it's a gilded idol. That's one reason in some churches, such as the one my dad, when he was a Lutheran minister, the crucifix was in the back of the church, not in the direction you knelt to pray. It was in the back of the church.
I was going to be smarmy.
So
Just
when,
remember, this is smarmy.
yeah,
Hey man, you're doing
so
all right if JC's got your back.
yeah, exactly.
You're good to go.
Though in what we call the procession, which is where the altar boys and the candle lighters and things like that would walk my father up to the pulpit. The one in front would hold up a crucifix on a pole, and that was supposed. I asked my dad about that one. He says that's saying we're following Christ. He's leading us in the way to the light. That's how my dad explained it to a very little boy.
From the chat, I saw some items set in the work being done around the world in research done by the Curse of Oak Island teams, which have in some ways indicated maybe Knights Templar that escaped the Pope's DOA squads had come to Oak Island and even onto America. There is a documentary of Portuguese who may have been, guess what? Freemasons. I do believe that. If JC has your heart, he will also have your back. As rude as that seems, it is how I feel. Yep. We're all allowed to have our own freedoms
Well,
of
we
religion in America.
when I
It's
talk
one
about
thing we get to say.
when I make reference to the Clan Sinclair and Rosalind Chapel, we do know that the clan chief at that time was a member of, but not, he was a member of the Knights Templar. Okay. We know that with a week of the French king attacking and burning the main place in France of the Knights Templar, all of a sudden he was guarded by 50, I guess, former or current Knights Templars. The ones that were in Scotland, he kept the king from booting them out, which I think at the time was King John, I think, because it was not Richard. I think it was John. And there was a story. That's the only way I know to put it. It's in the book about Rosslyn Chapel, that back in the 70s or 80s, Sir Sinclair, Lord Sinclair, did give a archaeology group the right to drill where there are 7, I think it was 5 or 7 Knights Templars graves, just to see what was down there. His wife, on the other hand, protested to the point she threw her body in front of the graves so they couldn't bring in the drill, but he managed to move her out of the way, and they drilled. And they were using diamond bitted drills. The first one broke. Okay, that happens. The second one broke. The third one broke. When they were going for the fourth one, he said, whatever's down there, you're not meant to see. So I revoke my permission to drill. Because, I mean, brand new drill bits were going snap, snap, snap. I know that Masons did help build the unique stone carvings for Rosslyn Chapel.
The triple boom space bar.
What yellow brick road?
You guys were just both she's chatting, you're talking about interesting and good stuff.
Huh?
So I was checking back in on the page I wanted to look at,
Uh-huh.
but she has on her page the X feeds of some very stupid and spoiled children that made me sigh, so I closed it. I don't care. Moving on.
Yeah, I hate to say it, the chillins that these days really don't know how good they have it. And because they have it so good, they have to look for something to complain about. Versus, don't worry about complaining about something, just live.
Jimmy Carter. Sure. Laura Loomer. Put a donut in that one. It just happened. Splooey, it just happened.
Yep. Last night, I think, or early this morning.
I did say, ha ha ha, it's in the checklist. Ha, they knocked her ass down and spit all over her, and Elon Musk stole her money, and I made me giggle. Her dollars got X'd.
Whose dollars?
Laura Loomer. She fell from grace. She dared question mark the ever flip-flopping word of His Royal Highness Donald J. and the Caesarian Emperor, God Man of all creation, Elon Musk. And How dare you say what Elon said yesterday? Because Elon owns X, which is where she makes all her money. So she was out loud and proud crying about, oh, please, I'm so sorry, Elon, because they took her fee, canceled her little blue check mark, and did not deposit her many, 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 many monies. She got cancel cultured. And I
So sad.
laugh and laugh and laugh.
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic when I say so sad.
I said, what did you think they were going to do other than what they do? And I said about it, but I don't want to talk about it. The Mean Girls clique. It's in the list. Go see the description. Ha ha ha. Laura Loomer got her dollars X. They lift you up so that they can throw you down and hurt you worse. And her, just like all the other ones I've mentioned, it's going to happen to that goofy lawyer I was talking about yesterday and earlier today. When they're through with you, they're going to throw you off their cloud and you're going to splat onto the earth. But you're the one going to chase out, especially Laura Loomer. Man, that whole thing, I don't even remember where it was. You know, she flew on the plane with him to some campaign thing. And I thought, you really think you're something, don't you? Go, go ask that blonde lady that used to be in the prawns. How's that working out for you? There's gonna come a day, hell hath no fury, the cliche goes, that Melania leans over or texts over or X's over in a PMDM secret squirrel message box. Loomer gots to go or prenup. And Donald Trump's going to say, bye, Laura. All these giggly idiot girls running around of all ages. Ain't none of you out there going to replace Melania. And besides, he's 80 and fat. Get over it. Stop telling lies to yourself. What's the app about Jimmy Carter? 1970s. Jimmy and his lovely wife. I never paid attention before in my whole life. I looked it up today because I thought, ow, wait, sorry, hang on. Pause. The tennis elbow locked. Sing a song, George, from the 1970s, or tell a 1970s story.
Well, let's see. 1975, that Christmas, we went to go see my brother in Orlando because he was going to the electronic portion of his nuke school. And we were there at midnight where they did the huge amount of fireworks, and they had the first bicentennial lit parade. And bicentennial it hit hard. Everything was red, white, and blue, and this, that, and the other thing. And for the whole being 11, you're still interested in Saturday morning cartoons. I didn't get to see a single Saturday morning cartoon the entire 1976 because I was on the road doing parades and reenactments and plays and occasionally film work. Reenactors get hired all the time to do be background for dramas and or documentaries. In fact, there's a documentary I've seen bits and pieces of it that I would like to see the full uncutted version because apparently I showed up in so many of the shots they decided to hire a kid from England to supposedly do my voice. even though I didn't talk anywhere near in the footage, and it was about a battle here in North Carolina called Morris Creek. How's that?
Fantastic. Thank you. The bicentennial. Right around that time. The bicentennial. The big boys. I don't know. I was a little boy, and that's what me and probably not my brother, but other kids my age and the next door neighbor, we all called what were adults. We didn't call them the adult men. We called them the big boys because they weren't like our mother, father ages, like my uncle's age. Still sort of a teen or very early 20s.
My mom used to have a saying, since you brought up big boys, the only difference between men and boys are the price of their toys.
Yep. And imprinted me with bottle rockets. I hope this does not activate you, Elizabeth. Right around July 4th, 1776. No, 1776. Yeah, then to 1976. Celebrating the heckety heck out of the bicentennial. Was highly illegal in Los Angeles County, great state of California.
Why?
Fireworks.
Oh, fireworks.
Oh, yes, that is a desert. Everything is flammable.
Yeah.
You don't get any kind of fireworks. You might have those little smoke pot. Yeah, they call them snakes. You light it on fire, 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 and it grows from a pellet into a worm. Well, the big guys, the young men's, the big boys, because it's bicentennial, man. The rockets red glare. Holy cow, they showed up with all the stuff. Blow your fingers up. Black cat firecrackers. Elizabeth said chats. I put it up on the screen a while ago about Melania. Oh boy. So anyway, they finally got down to hurry up, drink your bubble beverage, cola, soda. And then they broke out the bottle rockets just as the sun was setting. It was starting to finally get dark, which is probably way past small children's bedtime anyway, in the middle of the summer.
Yeah. I still remember, since I had free and ready access to black powder, but fireworks, store-bought fireworks were illegal in North Carolina. I used to make my own. Versus shooting off bottle rockets for the new year, we'd shoot muskets. Which, funny to speak, the area which I claim is my birth city, Lincolnton, to this day they shoot in the new year around the German portion of the town, because it's one of the oldest German towns in North Carolina. Still to this day, shoot in the new year with original antique.
Yep.
And they only brought out for January they're brought out for New Year's Eve, 4th of July, and it's someone's wedding, because it's an old German tradition is to try and keep the couple up by shooting firearms over their house. It's also supposed to bring them good luck and chase off the evil spirits, things of that nature, which comes back from the dark forest area of Germany. Just like burning a Yule log. People don't understand. Burning the Yule log was a celebration because when it was supposed to chase away the winter, but by also burning that evergreen Yule log, made your house smell better. You've been shut up all winter. Let's get rid of that stench.
Give us some air. Well, the bottle rockets. We launched them off and had a really good time. And of course, lighting the sky on fire. Brought the local sheriff's deputies. So the big guys, handed the little guys all the bottle rockets and the matches. Yay for the 1970s. Thank you, Jimmy Carter, for giving us the 1970s. Do you remember Strike Anywhere matches, George?
Yes,
Gosh,
I still have
knows.
some.
Yeah, everybody trying to light them with their thumbs. And then,
Their zipper. That was
yeah,
another trick.
and
Get them to light on your zipper. The number of guys I knew that the igniter broke off and went where it shouldn't go.
yeah, like I was gonna say, I know many people that got second, hopefully not too much of third degree burns, where they were doing that whole thumbnail trick, and that sulfuric igniting top would pop off under their thumbnail. That's a
And
very
my
hard place
stepbrother.
to put a fire out.
Yeah, because you don't want to whack it too hard.
And you sure
But
don't
what I
want
was
to
saying,
stick it in your mouth,
no,
which a
um,
lot of the geniuses do.
yeah,
Interlude,
the
strike,
head popped off, and my stepbrother's jeans were just
anywhere
loose
matches.
enough, and the idiot wasn't wearing underwear, that the burning head of the match went down his pants and landed right on the head of his what he doesn't want burnt.
Uh, oh my
And,
gosh. Do
and
you
my older
believe in
stepbrother,
destiny? What 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 link in those chain of events or zipper of events needed to have been broken to not let that happen?
I know. Well, the only thing I could do was laugh. I'm sorry, I saw it as funny. To
Well,
remember
we
what you were
didn't
talking about.
laugh. Let me get back to the Elizabeth, avert your ears. If you didn't know this happened, I'm pretty sure she knew it happened. And let's say hypothetically, fictionally in our space opera we're working on a planet similar to our planet Earth, so that we can do the movie making here and pass it off as somewhere else. A fine young single mother trying to get through life with two children of her own and other children dumped off by the relatives occasionally for 3, 4 years at a time. We called them cousins. They weren't. She dealt with it. Had
I
actually
still think
taken up the payments on a house all her own. And though she did whatever she had to do to get by and let small boy children and all the critters and associated everythings of, life in the city,
I
busy single
think
mother woman, there was only one thing at this particular house that everybody better stay the hell away from. I mean, heckety heck. On this planet, heckety heck. And that was a trellis or grating or wooden structure that she had had installed between the house proper and the separate two-car garage that a bunch of friends of hers were using for their rock and roll band practices and rehearsals and getting drunk all the time. Just don't mess with the grapes that grew on the trellis. She carefully pruned and trimmed and cared for her grapes. Don't pick and eat her grapes. That's it. You can do whatever you want to the whole rest of the daggone house. You might get yelled at for it, but you mess with that thing, you're gonna have to go live with your grandmother, and that, oh no, we'll behave. So anyway,
uh, I still say
bicentennial, the big day, July 4. You
the
still say
the
what?
kid the kids, you and I, of the '70s, I think we had it the best of all because or and before us, because we were allowed to go explore the world. We weren't tied down. The cops, if we're walking a mile from my house, the cops are not going to pull over and go, "Okay, we're taking you home." Well, what was I doing? I was walking. You know, it's just we had a great time exploring the world around us. Did we always do good? No. We were not angels, though we used to my mom used to tease me about I was a perfect little angel. My halo was held up by two horns. Um, but you didn't have this because I don't think there's a swamp in LA. But I used to wander around the swamps around Jacksonville and Wilmington in the cut woods and stuff as long as I could remember. It's just something I did. I mean, I learned where the snakes were, which ones were poisonous, which ones to stay away from. And then on rare occasions, you would get an alligator to swim up the new river. And we knew what one of those looked like. It didn't look like no floating log. Did we get in trouble? Yes.
Never.
We also learned to
Never.
talk our way out of a lot of it. Sitting at the table, at least in our house, dinner table, lunch table, breakfast table, it was a time for the kids to tell the parents what they were going to do, what they got up to doing. You know, we communicate, and I feel sorry for families that didn't sit down at a table to eat because it's also where kids learn to communicate.
This was put in the chat. One of those dummies in Scouts used those thumbnail tricks, meaning to like the strike anywhere
Yeah.
matches, to burn farts.
Uh-huh.
It was great to be a Scout mom.
Especially when they caught their butt hairs on fire.
Yeah. The hell did you eat? Oh man. Anyway, back to the bottle rockets and the grape trellises. So of course the big guys all stand around acting cool. They're gonna talk to the cops and say, "Oh, what are 4, 5, 6, 10 mostly white guys? Only one of them had brown eyes. Everybody else was very white with colorful green and blue and other color eyes." Gonna say to a bunch of Los Angeles sheriff's deputies about who done it, who did the bad thing. Something along the lines of, "Oh man, it was a whole pack of, BLA something guys. They went that away." And of course the cops were like, "Thanks, you fine young gentleman." It drove away. So they were all out high fiving each other for sending the cops on a,
Goose chase.
yeah, or a very dark goose. Like, yes. That's right. So some smart chick's not quite 7-year-old yet took that big box of kitchen matches, strike anywhere, and all those bottle rockets, and that one or two sody pop, sody water, as my grandfather called them, bottles, and lined up, just jam packed full. I was gonna launch that whole freaking bottle into outer space. If one bottle rocket will fly up to the moon and explode, surely if you jam all the sticks, like 20 of those little bottle rocket sticks, and twist all their fusees together in that one bottle, the whole thing's gonna take off. It's a real bottle rocket. That's what my kid mind told me. So I fired that bad boy up. It had to be 20 or 25 bottle rockets with all their fuses twisted together. No, it didn't lift. It wasn't enough lift to launch a glass sody water bottle up to the trellis, to the moon. About 15 of them bad boys hopped right up into her grates and lit them on fire. You don't
Remind me,
mess up my grapes. Don't even look at those grapes.
my grandmother Hence used to have mallard duck. And I used, as a little kid, used to run around trying to catch the ducks. And when I'd catch them, I'd throw them in the air because they're supposed to fly. Fly, stupid! And I kept doing that all over the backyard. Keep tossing them up in the air. They're supposed to fly, and they would flap, but they would glide right to the ground. They would never take a. I didn't know at the time that about once a month or once every other month or so, Dad would come to Grandma's and clip some of their wings so they couldn't fly away.
Oh my gosh.
For a while, my dad kept mallards, and part of our jobs as kids was to go hunt down the duck nest to collect the eggs. That's where I learned that I like duck eggs.
I knew this was going to happen. Uncle Dave. Elizabeth says, I blame Dave for teaching all those tricks that led to the grape ruin. And Dave took the blame. Man, my real uncle, he's a monster. When I was little, I thought, oh, of course, oh, jeez. He's got to be 7 feet tall. He is big. He's like 6'3" or 6'4". He's pretty big. But I
Yeah,
always thought he was 6'6" or 6'7". He's a big guy, and he's a tough guy. He was, the motorcycle gangster. Not what really want to be. Did his
I'm
time in
afraid
the
neither.
army. Native Indian savage, war-loving ways and all that stuff. Really cool
Yeah,
dude. Always sticking glass eyes in his belly buttons and stuff. And a big tough guy. People feared my uncle. When I got out there and I was like, hey, excuse me, hello, I need help, help. All the big boys that included Uncle Dave and Uncle Holmes.
I'm afraid no one feared my uncles. They feared my grandmother. They didn't fear my uncles.
And they
Uh,
were all they were all kind of like pulling the whole. I could remember his name the other day. Can't remember it right now. A couple of another initials, something. Go away, kid, you bother me. That guy. I was like, really, it's kind of important. It's probably getting worse. So finally, one of them was like, "What?" And I said, "You know, I lit the grape trellis on fire." And all of them went in any direction but towards the house where that fire was. And my mother might be brave warriors. And they left poor old Dave. Poor old Uncle Dave standing there going, well, I guess we better go check it out and put it out. H is 6'4" plus. And
well,
wore his motorcycle boots, so maybe 6'7". His son, H4, was 6'7" when he joined the Guard. Yeah. We have a lot of tall folks in family, and it did not come from my tiny little pruned up grandfather's side. None of the California natives are very big. They're like Eskimos. They're wider than they are tall.
the funniest story I can remember about my uncle Mike is he used to like to pick on me a lot. And I was about 10 or 11 over at my grandma's house. And Uncle Mike was picking on me. And I said, Grandma, can you get him to stop picking on me? And she looked at me and says, you're big enough now. If you want him to stop, make him stop. And I turned around and I looked at my uncle with a very, according to my grandmother, with a very evil looking grin on my face. Because I just got permission to stand up for myself against the old elders. And he said, okay, I won't pick on you anymore. Because whenever grandma had heavy things to be moved around, she waited for her grandbabies to get there and they could tote that bale, lift that truck. And at 10 or 11, I was almost as tall as my uncle. My dad's side of the family were short, whereas we used to tease that my granddad Williams, he married an elf. He was 6'3". My grandmother, at her tallest, her absolute tallest, was 5 foot. And even then, we don't think she was truly 5 foot. And it's just so it's the height difference. You know, granddaddy, football player, World War I veteran, always worked with his I would say mostly with his hands, but a lot with his mind because he was an engineer. My dad's side of the family, I think dad was at his tallest at between 5'6" and 5'8", which was funny because my high school graduation picture, I'm standing there. The next shortest would be my brother, and after him was my dad.
And, I looked at that long and hard earlier and right-clicked somewhere and did copy and then paste. It's coming up on the screen. Sorry, while you were talking, I tried to find me a picture of let's never mind Jimmy. Let's look at his lovely wife. And right there on the ABC News where I borrowed the image from, they have her name spelled with one N.
One of my favorite news stories from when Jimmy Carter was president. Jimmy Carter was on a canoe trip. I don't remember where, but the news came across, says President Jimmy Carter was attacked by a rabbit in the middle of the river, and he managed to bravely defend himself with his canoe oar, beating off the rabbit. All pictures and photographs of the scene were confiscated due to, how do they put it, U.S. security. It was like a rabbit swam out to his canoe to attack him. We think Jimmy and Billy were drinking too much of the same thing.
Oh,
Some of that
GH.
Georgia moonshine.
Jimmy and Billy. Maybe did a thing. Tail. Wascally wabbit. Rabbit. Oh, Rosalind, however you say it.
See, I still remember in the 70s they had this is after he was president, but they had Jimmy Carter for president with the Jimmy struck out and Billy kind of looks like these were posters kind of spray painted underneath it. So it was Billy Carter for president, not Jimmy Carter. Because Billy was just a good old boy. In fact, I think I have a friend that still has a 6-pack of Billy beer somewhere. That was
I
also the time
wrote
period
it
where you
in
had.
the notes. And I started to say it earlier, but then I think the phone rang. And I never noticed because, they weren't the president anymore by the time I was 9, 10, and life had taken a sharp turn, let's say. But I noticed today, looking it up, trying to find a good picture of them, that I could misspell her name on. Thanks, ABC. You rock. Uh, she ain't hard to look at. He's very handsome as well. Oh, so there she is, hanging out with Waylon Jennings, famous musicians. Vice President Walter Mondale. Is that the Mondale that ended up running against Reagan later?
Yes,
Okay.
I think so.
Fritz. Fritz. Did he have a woman vice president candidate?
No.
Carter received by, I can't say it, Sadat, First Lady of Egypt in Cairo, March 8th, 1979. On Jimmy's wiki page, I'm just scrolling the wiki page, mainly looking at the pictures. They have a picture of before things got stupid with Iran, of the First Lady of Iran hanging out with the Carters, holding their grandchild. Carter's Secret Service code name. I guess this is She Carter, Rosalind or Rosalind or however you say it. Mrs. C. Carter's Secret Service code name was Dancer. I didn't know that either. Journalists dubbed Carter the Steel Magnolia for having a fragile and feminine appearance that concealed a tough as nails interior. Ah, she was La Fleur de Mal.
I tell you, one of the toughest, at least in my lifetime, one of the toughest first ladies got to be Mama Bush. GW's mother.
Yeah, HW's Mrs. Or maybe he
Yep.
was the Mrs.
I don't know, but I mean, she had that soft toughness, I guess you'd say. In other words, her sons never bucked when she said do X, they did X.
Jimmy snuck a kiss upon Rosalind. How lewd.
I
The
gotta
two were
admit, for
riding
the
in the
most,
back seat of the car of Ruth Carter Stapleton's boyfriend when Jimmy surprised Rosalind by kissing her. This was the first time that Rosalind had ever allowed a boy to do so on the first date. Oh my goodness. He S.A.'d her.
first children, in other words, the president's children, have never really been what I would call the beauty queens or kings. I mean, their mother might be drop dead gorgeous, but they're like, no.
I have no clue because I don't think any of them in my lifetime. Well, I don't know. Reagan was old man.
Well, all his kids were grown and out of the house by the time he became president. You had, well, GW's daughters. They were pretty attractive. Their actions weren't attractive, but I imagine they were. Um, Chelsea Clinton around.
The last part chewed up. I heard you say Chelsea Clinton. Then what?
Chelsea, I didn't say anything. I kind of shook my head and I said, Clintons are still around and they like to X people. I'm not saying anything. She was not what I would call the most attractive girl.
I don't know, because the whole time they were in the White House, she was less than 28, so I never looked at her. Little redhead girl, not intriguing enough like Pippi Longstocking to me to look at her twice. And besides, you do better not, even when she's grown up and legal. You know who her parents are, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But
Do
yeah,
you,
I
do
mean,
you want to unalive yourself by hitting yourself with a hammer for 750 times?
the one I find the president's child I find the most amusing is because for the most part, when the person's president, the children are generally off limit to certain a lot of things, except for under Trump, they went after Brandon quite often. You know about the fact that oh he must be retarded. What's her name off the U say he must be retarded because he was falling. Looked like he was groggy and falling asleep during the his father's first presidential candidacy. No, he was 10. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. His mother's was very strict about his bedtime, except for rare occasions. And if you're used to going to bed at 9 and all of a sudden it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you're going to be tired. And then the reason I say this is because and then you look at Brandon now. Was he 6'10", 7 foot? He towers over his father, who's not exactly short.
We talking about Trump's son?
Yeah, Brandon Trump,
I don't think that's his name. Barron.
Barron, Barron.
Yeah, he's 6'9", I think.
Yeah, he's wow. When he those 4 years that his daddy was out of office, I think they fed him weed growth.
And it makes me laugh because Donald is not a short guy,
No, he's not.
but he always finds something. They either stand Barron down in a hole or Donald's got to stand up on a step.
There's a
It's
picture of it.
half of a joke
Yeah,
because they
there's a
they like to joke about it that, oh, Dad,
picture.
you have an inferiority complex because you don't like people taller than you or better than you or bigger than you in any way. It's it's
There's
a
a pic.
it's a good joke.
There's a picture from this year. I think it was just after he graduated high school, of Trump and his wife, and then Barron behind them, and he's just towering over his father. I mean, he's like a head taller than his father. But then again, the so-called comedians or commentary people, if you said what they said or did what they did to their candidate, they'd be screaming bloody murder. But if you say that's in bad taste or that's wrong, president kids are off limits, oh, it's just a funny joke. No, like what's your name that did the mock head of Trump? That's just bad taste. That's not funny. It's not humorous. I don't care who the president is. That would not be funny. And she got what she deserved. It ended her career. But that being said, she was never really funny to start off with.
Sometime right around the new millennium, the year 2000,
Yeah.
somewhere right in there. I don't know what I was doing. I was working down at the horse place, so I was probably listening to the radio while working. And they had some, the afternoon funnies that they sometimes used to do on the radio shows. I don't know if they still do that.
Yeah, like John Boy and Billy show.
But anyway, they played a little snippet of one of her stand up or radio or comedy routines, and I was like, I had a good laugh. I remember the joke. But other than that, I didn't really know who she was. And then all of a sudden, 1,000 years later, what's all this controversy? I don't care. Like,
Well,
did
I'm just saying.
they both
I,
work in television? Like,
yeah.
I always just figured they ran into each other, and she was like, "Hey, you know, you're gonna be the president?" And yeah, you and me both have bad numbers, and you got fired from your apprentice show, and I ain't done nothing in 10 years. You want to have a controversy? Because all press is good press. And he was like, "Yeah, okay."
Well, I remember when she was on Saturday Night Live, and she wasn't funny then to me. To me, she tried to be a female Rickles and couldn't do it. Rickles could insult you and make you love him insulting you. Don Rickles.
Tom Rickles is a
Um,
tough customer. Check him out in Casino with Al Pacino.
yeah. Well, I mean, Don Rickles being around the mob, there's a lot of truth to that too. You know, people forget that Vegas used to be run by the mob. Not anymore, but it used to be run by the mob. And all the nightclubs, the mobs had at least a interest in them. So if they didn't find you funny, you weren't getting work. But I guess my favorite comedians, they don't try to tear anybody down. They can tell a joke without truly insulting. I mean, it's more of a joke turned inward. Red Skelton is one of my favorite comedians. Uh, I liked Robin Williams. What's his name? Fluffy. I'll go by his comedian name, Fluffy. You know, I like Cheech and Chong, and they mostly made fun of themselves, not anybody else. They took a culture thing and turned it into a sort of a parody. Other than I don't think it was a parody when it came to Chong, because he's infamous for being high all the time. To the point, I think he now owns a couple of pot stores and pot growing farms in California, even though he's Canadian.
Yep.
Yes, I used to listen to the albums that Cheech and Chong put out. Like a wish sandwich. What is a wish sandwich? A wish sandwich is two pieces of bread jammed together and you wish you had something go between them. I found that funny because I remember those kind of hard times.
Mustard sandwiches. Good stuff. Well, I scrolled a lot of pictures of Rosalind Carter. And there's a lot, imagine, with Jimmy in there with her.
It's like I think Saturday Night Live was at its best in the 70s.
Well, there's
It's
both of
that
them.
group. And a little bit into the 80s. I mean, I still remember Richard Pryor on Saturday Night Live and um, what's it from 48 Hours. Gumby Dembit.
Yeah.
And Jim
That,
Belushi
oh my
as
gosh.
the samurai, whatever it was, the samurai tailor, the samurai chef, the samurai.
Cheeseburger. Pepsi.
No Coca-Cola,
Yeah.
chips, no fries.
Neither one a sponsor, but either one, we'll take it. Either one or both. We'll do taste challenges again.
See, I remember when the Blues Brothers was a jazz routine that they did on Saturday Night Live before there was a movie with Jim Belushi and Dan Aykroyd. Was it Dan Aykroyd that did a movie where he plays a something turned pimp. It wasn't Dr. Demento. It was God, I can't remember.
Well, he looks different. Mike Myers used to be on Saturday Night Live 10,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, I can't help but think he used to do the artist in the bathtub thing skit. I don't remember what it was called.
Oh
I didn't
yeah,
watch it enough. Michael Myers,
he can
not
be funny.
the Halloween one,
He
but
can be funny.
that
But when
daggone
his
thing,
movies,
the where he was the artist in the bathtub taking his bath, and he would say
uh-huh.
that he can't show you his drawings. Then eventually he would say he couldn't get out of the bathtub because you might see his bum. You bum looker, you cheeky monkey. That was in my mind heavily yesterday, looking at the back end of a Secret Service agent for some reason. Bum looker, cheeky monkey. Yup. Oh my gosh. I gotta pee. Then we gotta get back to the 70s. See, that's the yellow brick road. We started, and we're throwing our own bricks in front of us. I shall be right back. I have to take a leak.
Let's see if I can find it. That one. Come on. Apparently, Dan Aykroyd was a writer almost as much as he was an actor slash comedian. See, I'm just trying to look for a certain thing. That's something I didn't know. Dan Aykroyd was in the the Ruttles, which is a parody of the Beatles. Doc, is that Detroit? Okay.
All right, I'm sort of back. I'm still far away from my microphone. Let's get back close to the microphone.
The movie I was trying to think of is Dr. Detroit with Dan Aykroyd.
After Detroit, I remember it. I just don't remember anything about it.
I just remember snippets of it. But I remember I laughed my butt off.
Elizabeth said, I saw Dan Aykroyd the other day in Trading Places. I
Another
must have
funny
seen
one.
that movie 30 times, but still funny to me.
Oh
That's an
yeah,
Eddie Murphy movie, isn't it?
yeah. He's the one that played Gumby Saturday. I guess some of our best '70s and '80s movie comedians got their start on Saturday Night Live.
Saturday Night Live and other stars. Stars. It's all your fault, Jimmy. You get all the credit. If you hadn't been president, we wouldn't have had all this stuff. Yeah, that's the ticket. See, this is how little I knew about Jimmy Carter. Because, he was president when I was a kid. Didn't mean that much to me.
Yeah,
I just found out today that he was the governor of his state before he became president.
Yes, governor of Georgia.
He's a peach. Jimmy Carter. He was. Let's see, there. It's coming up. His official portrait in 1978. He has some mighty fine teeth.
Yes, and I still remember them. The comical dolls I did was a peanut with big teeth.
Yeah. 39th President of the United States. In office January 2077 to January 20, 1981. Vice President Walter Mondale. Preceded by Ford. Succeeded by Reagan. Ronald Reagan. 76th Governor of Georgia. A member of the Georgia State Senate from the 14th District. See, I didn't know any of that. All I ever, just whatever they said derogatory on television, is some peanut farmer. That's all I ever heard.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned it, so I'm going to say something about it. As a peanut farmer, he had to sign over his rights temporary to somebody because today and then, in order to sell peanuts domestically, you have to get a special license from the federal government. All other peanuts are sold overseas or as cattle feed because we produce that many peanuts.
He spent a long time in the Navy, active about 7 years. And then another 8 years in the reserve, ranked lieutenant. And
A lieutenant is equivalent to a captain in the Army because you have ensign, Lieutenant JG, and then lieutenant.
Carter with Rosalind Smith in a Navy uniform. Unzoom it. Well, the only thing, and I remember him this way. He was a good guy. That's why I made the title what I made it. I don't remember any other good guys in my lifetime that were president. Good guy might mean. Let's be clear about this. $30. Good guy means naive to the wicked old world HQ'd at District of Columbia. Somebody forgot to give him a sit down before he ran for president and won and went up there and said, Jimmy, you're a good guy. Good guys don't go to Washington and survive.
I consider Gerald Ford a good guy.
Well, Elizabeth said.
Right. The only thing I can say about Reagan was he was an okay actor, but he was a good president. He's what we needed at the time.
I would say, I guess, if it's all part of the plan, then so was Jimmy Carter. And
Good president.
you crazy people, so was Trump twice. Grandma was deputy for the county social programs. When Reagan wanted to take
Carter
Social
was not a
Security
good president.
disability funds away, so she sued him. Reagan. I remember her suing Carter. It was one of those mom things. It was just out of law school. Mom was suing the governor, who later became president. Oh, she sued Reagan when he was governor. She sued Carter when he was president. And they wouldn't take the case until he was out. But then they allowed the case because it was a civil lawsuit against Jimmy Carter. Yeah, true story. My grandmother really did it. I've tried to find Star Newses or whatever, but when they were having preliminary hearings in the civil matter, they wheeled in several 6 foot tallish filing cabinets full of all the files that just the Pasadena police had on her. And the judge said, "This case is dismissed with prejudice." And then they laughed afterwards when he closed up the hearing in the case. Because he said, if I allowed this case to continue, I have to read all that crap. It was her job to protect the people who worked for as a deputy for disabled and foster kids. Jimmy Carter, George says, not a good president.
Nope. Good man, not a good president.
I might agree with you on that. Not a not a good president. I think I agree with you. DW Eagles, I think I agree with you. Just like I had said before. 100% good guy, but good guy means unless you had a good sit down and you've decided I'm going to be the prince and I'm going to go to Washington, D.C. and got yourself together with a Machiavellian style advisor, then you're going up there thinking goofy good guy thoughts. Very naive is, I think, the correct way to put it. Like
Yep.
everybody up there is just like me. They've done well and they've been lucky and they were a good governor and we're all going to get along and we're all going to vote stuff and I'm going to executive and it's all going to be flowers and raining money and social services and solar panels on roofs and everybody's just going to sing songs like a 1950s musical. And nobody bothered to tell him, including his wife, "Hey dude, no." No. But it's all right.
Uh,
He didn't do uh the whole Iran thing is rather naive. But what do you expect? It was, I don't know what to say. It's a very complicated situation.
it is. I do remember some of the things that happened under his presidency due to his direction. Is one of the things that happened is the Navy was cut from a 32 ship Navy down to less than 16 ships. He pardoned all the deserters and draft dodgers from Vietnam era, just so his son could come home. His son was in Canada, draft dodger. Um,
Nice.
yeah,
See, I don't know. It's the second search result.
it was a big thing in our household because my dad
Holy
being
crap.
my my dad was a Navy veteran.
200,000.
Grandmother
Holy
Hint
cow.
was
That's a
an
lot of
army.
pardoning.
Yeah, he did it as a one big huge pen. He didn't pardon each individual. He just did a broad pardon. Uh, see, when you almost there was at least one generation of veterans in my household that I lived in, and my brother was active duty Navy when all that happened. Now I'll let you know it went down like a lead balloon. He cut this Navy's budget.
Yeah, I never know what to say about, and that's the young people. They're arguing now like, is Trump gonna reduce Pentagon spending or increase it? No one can
I
seem to
have a feel.
figure it out. The president doesn't have anything to do with money. If
Well,
he
not
tells the entire Congress that he wants more or less money for the Defense Department and the Pentagon and everybody else, and they all, if all 800 of them abdicate to him, good for him.
I have a feeling what's going to hopefully is going to happen. It's not that it's going to increase. I don't think it's going to decrease. I hope there's some more, basically smart spending or smarter spending. I mean, considering under Jimmy Carter, the U.S. Air Force for a toilet seat, a standard $2 toilet seat, was spending I think it was $500,000
I believe it
for
was
a toilet seat.
700. I remember Ronald Reagan standing up there with the hammer.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
it
they
was a
would hammer.
$700 hammer. I don't remember how
Yeah,
much the toilet seats were.
it was ridiculous. And I just remember a comedian says, "Oh, I owe this much in taxes. I guess I'll send them 2 Black and Deckers circular saws. There, I paid my tax."
Yeah, and see, it still goes to the same old story. Like I've said several times, this stream and others, this live feed and others, I'm pretty sure I put it somewhere. It's already too many notes. That's how America works, even though it's not a monarch, it's not a sovereign. It doesn't matter what the president says. That dude needs to go out in the yard and rake up some dog craps. That's what I think. Builds character.
Yeah.
So, but because this is how we do and how we've done since day one, before we even had a ratified constitution. Oh, president equals king. It's even better because it's an 8-year king that we voted, but he's still the
Well,
king, and that's how we do the president.
no.
And it's something
Here's
someone
what
else should have said to Jimmy Carter up front, especially if he'd been governor of a state. You know how this rolls. You get the
I'm
credit
going.
and you get all the blame.
I'm going. I'm going to because in the beginning, GW, the original GW, was offered to be the king of the United States, and he turned it down. And but and there before there was any term limits on the president, he stepped down after 2 term limits because he says that's all anybody really needs. It wasn't till FDR that Congress went, "Whoa, we don't need this again. We're putting term limits on presidents."
Now
But
put term
they
limits on
didn't.
yourselves.
That's what they needed to do. But I'm just saying. But it was
Well,
also after FDR that, excuse me, that presidents got a retirement. Prior to that, and the number of presidents died in practical abject poverty was huge. Unless they had something to go home to, they were broke. In fact, all the proceeds to 2 volumes of the life and times of Ulysses S. Grant, written by um, oh God, Clemens, also known as Mark Twain. He died in poverty, owing his estate would have been owing thousands of dollars. In fact, by Mark Twain giving Ulysses S. Grant all the proceeds, it hurt him because he paid for the publishing of the book. He wrote it. I have a chair, or I don't. My brother does, from the White House that was there during the Monroe presidency, and President Monroe was friends of one part of the family, and the family helped him out. But after he died, to pay his bills, they bought quite a few of the furnishings he had. And then one thing I do remember that's lasted is a chair, and its duplicate or its sister chair is in the White House.
mm-mm-mm.
I would like
Uh-oh. The audio blipped again. The other thing I remember from the Jimmy Carter era, and maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but wasn't that when the gas shortage was in California?
Uh, it happened.
California gas
It kind of
shortage.
started under Nixon, but yes, 75, 76 was the gas shortage.
Uh, 1970s. At least twice in the crises of the 1970s, oil shortages were so severe that California, under Governors Ronald Reagan and Jerry Brown, instituted an even odd system for buying gas. Under the system, you could not buy gas anytime you liked. Well, the second time, yes. All the way from 73
Okay,
to 79. So it started before Carter, but it got the really bad of it got really bad in 79.
but what I was referring to is it wasn't until 1958 that the U.S. federal law that would provide several lifetime benefits to the former presidents of the United States, Article 2 of the United States Constitution. So it was something added to there. But they did, prior to 1958, presidents didn't getting anything.
Wait, what you mean?
Okay, prior to 1958, if were president and then no longer president, you didn't get squat. You might have some Secret Service hang around, and I emphasize might. But as far as a retirement check or allowance, whatever you call it, travel allowance, medical benefits, none of that went to presidents until 1958. Also
Wait a
called the
minute.
Former Presidents Act.
Yep. Ceremony, if you think it is, get out the tea and crumpets. I loved it. I finally looked her up. Like many others, she had no credibility to be elected. Who? Who's she? I'm just reading the chat from Elizabeth.
Yeah.
So we got the gas crisis. And another thing I remembered from the good old days, and I felt bad for Jimmy Carter, but I've never bothered to, that's 1,000,000,000,000,000,000 years ago. It didn't matter anything. Life has always been more important. Uh, we're yapping about the Jimmy Carter. 1970s problems. We're covering some of them. That's where I put the note. 1970s U.S. problems attributed always to the POTUS. He gets the credit and the blame.
Well, I remember in 75, 76, with the gas OPEC hikes, we went to Charlotte Speedway, we being me and my mother, for a reenactment. And not only did they give us a small, I can't remember how much it was, stipend, but from the Speedway's gas station, they filled up everybody's gas tank so they could get home. And that was a big deal. I
Elizabeth
think that
said in the
was
chat, the gas shortage was a nightmare, especially for those of us who had to work and drive and needed to fill the tank more than every other day. Luckily, we live near the 24/7 station. I could get gas late at night, and they let me slide by on the wrong license plate days, along with the sheriffs who lived on our street.
We didn't have it. I don't remember having it that bad on this coast, but
Nope.
I do remember the long
Nobody
gas
had it
line.
as bad as Los Angeles.
I'm
It
just
was
saying,
a
I do remember
nightmare.
the long gas lines and the gas prices change anywhere from 2 to 4 times a day.
Searching in the name of Jimmy Carter this morning, verifying a memory I had from 1980. I discovered that, yes, true story, Ronald Reagan and the Republicans used our Iranian hostages as pawns to embarrass the Democrats and Jimmy Carter. Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, Carter, Iran hostages. They did all
Yeah,
kinds of stuff in 2023, but I was getting abused by elders and a bad employer a year ago and a half. I wasn't paying attention to anything about Jimmy Carter in 1980, but the Congress did it. The New York Times done did it. Wikipedia now has it. PBS did a thing on March 19th, 2023. New York's 20th, PBS did a follow up. The Wikipedia has a whole October surprise theory. They're still talking about it because he passed away yesterday. So now CBC has a brand new one. Back on March 20, PBS NewsHour did 7 minutes and 35 seconds on it. That, yes, Reagan and the Republicans, and probably a whole bunch of Democrats as well. The letterings, of course, because Reagan was a Democrat. So, anyway, yes. I remember poor old Jimmy Carter. I was 10 years old. That's how much it matters to me. I just thought, man, look at that dude's sad ass face.
Oh.
And they wouldn't even let him, just like I said yesterday. You know what? It would be nice if you people would stop playing this biggest dickest garbage. And if you're really wanting to do something about something, like for Donald J. and Joseph R., get together and do something about this bite dance thing. Or somebody get a dog in that fight and say, based on that precedent, we need to shut down Truth or Social, Facebook, X, and everything else, especially because Elon Musk ain't from around here.
Well, when you talk about the Iran crisis, I remember when it happened. Probably different than you remember when it happened because I was at a military base, Fort Bragg, and I still remember family friends being stuck for months on end out at Green Ramp, which was Pope Air Force Base where they load up the airborne, preparing to go. They were expecting to have off of day one. They were expecting to have to fly over there and invade Iran, and the orders never came. The special forces at that time were all ready to go, and nothing happened. And they relied on not my words, Daddy Bill's words, bumbling idiot to attempt a raid into Iran, a la the fiasco with the downed helicopters and the special forces guy, or as the news called them, Delta team operators. They were just special forces going in.
Right, and it goes back to I don't believe for not 1 second that the entire United States military industrial complex sits around twiddling their thumbs or sucking them in both of their top holes and bottom holes, waiting for the President of the United States of America to draw up a battle or war plan.
They had war plans. They had battle plans. They were all ready to go in, but you have to get the order or permission to go. I know I had friends that were in special.
This is how it goes. You future presidents. This is how it goes. The president gets the credit and the blame. No matter how much that doesn't make any sense at all. And it's right here. Go read the 2023 stuff. That's the agency, their assets and associates and affiliates.
There's
and
permission has to
all both sides of the aisle politicians
yes.
using American
Permission or
civilians.
orders have to come from one of two areas: Congress or the president. If the president says no, I'm not sending you, that's a direct order from the commander in chief. The guys in the funny pointed building go, Mr. President, we have these. We can go now, or we can go in a week from now, or we can do whatever. We would like permission to activate these plans. And he goes, yes, no.
I didn't look it up. All I know is prior to Carter, Nixon and Johnson both were absolute micromanagers. That daggone Johnson he had everybody out counting everything in Vietnam. Nobody was doing work. Everybody was counting stuff.
Yeah.
And he wanted to draw X's on maps. Johnson was nuts.
This is veteran of the confrontation. Vietnam War is a prime example where we won all the battles but lost the war due to indecision. Indecision and hemming and hawing.
And not a war.
Big,
great, big nothing, just like we had in Somalia. And they were waiting on relayed transmissions from the White House, Mr. Clinton. Either one.
Clinton said, no, you may not go. They were not allowed to attack. They had a 2-carrier task force off of Somalia. They were not allowed to go. The 10th Mountain General told the general of the UN troops, I'm not part of your forces, so I refuse to go. I'm not taking orders from you. Even though one general didn't give him an order, he requested assistance. An American general asked another American general who happened to be nearby for assistance. That one, never mind. Keep my mouth shut, George. I had friends that were for Somalia.
Yeah, me too. Okay. No, Jimmy Carter had nothing to do with the April 24th failed Operation Eagle Claw.
I didn't say that.
He signed. He said yes.
Right. Problem was, the person he said yes, not the person.
Your audio's chopping in and out again. Hang on. Let me make sure it's not me. Start again. The person he said yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. The person he said yes.
The person he said yes to was a buffoon. He was a colonel in special forces, but was never ever in his entire career an operator. He just got it as a command. I know people that have worked for him, side by side with him, and knew him when he was even a younger officer. And I have yet to hear anybody say anything nice about him. And he is credited for creating the Delta Force, which is horse hockey. Because before the news called it Delta Force, which is a media made up name, there was a Project Blue Light for the Army that did such a thing. And I've known veterans that were a member of Project Blue Light. And I don't mean Project Blue Light from the Air Force, which is about UFOs. This is an Army Project Blue Light. And I wish I could get a certain person on the webcast with us to talk about it. Because he was a major at the time. A captain, then a major. And was a member of Project Blue Light. And in Vietnam, he was a member of Operation or Project I-6, which was what Hollywood has deemed Phoenix Force, which was a small portion of the CIA's operation called Operation Phoenix or Project Phoenix. ISACs, rather. ISACs. And there's a book written about it, too. You well know, because you've known some of them, too, I'm willing to bet. There are volumes about the military and what they could have done, should have done, would have done, that the news media don't want to report because it doesn't make good headlines.
Our military makes a lot of mistakes. See Hamburger Hill. Like all things. And again, you can only, when you hold yourself out, especially if you're a Navy veteran.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Jimmy Carter, rip still. You were a good guy, but very naive. Did you really believe that everybody involved in all this, especially it, and it's here on the wiki. It has a 19, 20, and 21, and note number 2. I guess we could click them and make sure what covert CIA operatives, and they give names that I'm not going to read. You can go read the wiki page yourself for a clandestine survey of the proposed areas for helicopters and C-130s. They put in IR lights and IR strobes to outline a landing pattern, blah, 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 blah.
But then again, it should have been a joint operations. And I hate to say that out of this fiasco is where we get joint operations for the most part.
Yeah.
Because the Navy had helicopters that could withstand those sandstorms. The Sea Stallion could withstand those harsh conditions, whereas the Army didn't have that. They used Army helicopters. It's another prime example of the right hand not operating with the left hand with any continuity is the Sante raid. The Air Force knew in advance before the Special Forces went in to rescue the prisoners of war that the prisoners had been moved. In fact, they knew it 2 weeks prior to the Sante raid that the prisoners had been moved. And out of these, the right hand not talking to the left hand is where we get joint operations, JSOC.
That's Special Operations. JOC, Joint Operations Command, and JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command. And it's another thing. It's how many more times are you going to subdivide and recombine and then subdivide those, our military, and then wonder why they can't get anything done? And that,
Talk
you know
about the
what?
way
When you hold yourself out and you say that I'm going to be the POTUS, which includes being the boss, the commander in chief of the United States Armed Forces, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
You better bring some smart military people with you, or you're going to end up like poor old Jimmy Carter getting the blame for all of this. Well, he was the president. Yep, that's true. True story.
And I might vote or vote against someone, but I'll admit when they do something good or do something bad. A prime example is Jimmy Carter working on the peace treaty, which didn't last very long, but it did last a little bit of time between Egypt and Israel. That was a good thing. He didn't complete it till after he was president. That's why he got his what was that big award?
Nobel Peace.
Yeah, but I forgot what they call it. Anyhow, but just like their Bush, I voted for Bush, but he did a lot of things I did not like. I did not like No Child Left Behind because the way it
Talking
was
about
written,
W?
huh?
Talking about W?
Yes, GW. The way it was written, it left all children behind. Um,
Participation trophies. That's what I hear whenever anybody says
yeah,
any of these ridiculous, we're going to pull them all up equal. You know what? No, you're not. You're just going to make teachers lie
yeah.
more than they already do.
I do not like the cons. Also, I don't like his Homeland Security bull. That's making more bureaucracy. Just like I don't care for Trump's Space Force. There was no need for it. There was no purpose for it. The Navy and the Air Force already had things in play that fulfilled the mission that he created the Space Force for. And just like
Just like what?
it was like the Air Force wanted a new thing to say, okay, we came under the Army, we want something to come from under us, so that will be Space Force. It's taken from Air Force personnel. And oh, we want to design a new uniform. It's going to cost, the new uniform is going to look somewhere between Battlestar Galactica and Star Trek. And that's what the uniform looks like. It looks like a costume designer out of Hollywood decided to take the newer Battlestar Galactica and some of the Star Trek stuff, and they smooshed it together and made a uniform.
Oh my gosh. I think I
We do
saw
not
somebody
need.
tried to show me a picture once, and I was like, "Yeah, whatever. I don't want to see it."
It's not a no. There was no need for space. We already had the stuff in place. We don't need more bureaucracy. We need less bureaucracy.
Yeah, let's like take a look at, since we talked about some of them earlier. Let's take a look at Jimmy Carter gets the credit. 1977 movies. Oh, there's no need to even discuss it. Star Wars 4, Hope, DW 1010. Any flaws that anybody tries to point out just makes it better to me. Do your do your worst. Do your best. And I'll just
Star
say,
Wars was a very
there.
fun movie.
And maybe you just had to be 7 years old and see it on the big screen with the super surroundy soundies.
I actually didn't get to see it till '78. It was still playing in the theaters.
Yep. And then we
I had to wait
had
for
The People That Time Forgot. I don't
Oh
remember
yeah,
that
another.
one. I remember The
I do
Land That Time Forgot.
that too.
And The Gauntlet we already talked about earlier. I Hardy Heart It. What is this? It's got a girl in her bikini.
That's a spoof of a James Bond movie.
Then it must be good.
Oh, it's hilarious. If you're a Bond fan, it's absolutely hilarious.
Well, I want this open link in new tab. Number 1 of the Secret Service. It's an action comedy. At the IMDb, it has half the many stars. 4.6 out of 10. Number 1 of the Secret Service. Stop. It doesn't have very many photos.
Yeah. I think the last time I saw it, you could find it on YouTube. And Varys calling Wall Street PK. He call it.
Even with
he carries 244 Colt Pythons, Magnums.
And yowza, there's a lady in her skivvies, including a garter belt. I should really be thinking about that. But I can't get over this guy. It's coming up on the screen. Milton Reed. The guy with the eye patch and the gold tooth and the big thick boxing glove. It just makes me laugh looking at it.
Well, if you look at the stars, you can already tell it's a comedy. You have former Doctor Who on there. Okay, the minister, he's done a lot of comedies. The person you got on screen with the eye patch, and the eye patch is not really on his eye; it's kind of off to one side.
Yeah. Number 1 of this Secret Service.
It has a lot of British comedians as the cast.
The Spy Who Loved Me, James Bond. Is that the first one with Roger Moore?
Roger Moore, I believe, was the man with the golden gun.
The first crash? I don't know. I don't understand. What else we got? What is this?
Damnation Alley.
Jabberwocky?
Huh?
Oh, The Car. The Car. I didn't know that came out in 1977. The Car is a great movie. The Car. You remember that?
Great.
The evil ghost car that drives itself and yeah, well, let me open it.
Black Sunday, about an assassin or sharpshooter at the Super Bowl.
Nope. That's another good one. I'm gonna stop putting these on there online. Black Sunday. These are just the ones that stick out. Extra special. I missed the James Bond one. James Bond. Capricorn 1 was a good movie. Airport 77 was so bad it's good, or I don't know. I have a fondness. Wizards is good. Very good. I have a Bridge Too Far, man. There's a lot of movies came out good in 1977. I tried because they're all free on YouTube and other services to go through again. Because one thing about the Airport series, all during the 70s, is they are straight up. And I don't remember which one has, I can't remember his name, Eric something, that was Ponch from Ponch and John Chips. They are so extremely 1970s, sorry for the terminology, sexist.
Well,
but the girls aren't like, oh, how dare you, you cad, wait till I tell my father, he'll off your head. The guys say the horrible things like, blah, 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 in your pockets, or you're just glad to see me. And she says, is that all you got? Is that all you, man, it is so
you got
smarmy, schmexy talk. It's just
the movie that started Arnold Schwarzenegger's movie career, Pumping Iron.
Pumping Iron. Hi, Arnold. Welcome aboard.
He'd already started to open his Iron
Oh,
something
damn.
gym, Gold's Gym. Gold's. Any one of the founders of Gold's Gym? Because it started in
I
California.
I don't know.
Ah,
When
The Hobbit, the original Hobbit.
yeah, and I stopped because I hate it. I hate car movies, but I don't discredit. This is right up there
Here's
with Star Wars for
yeah,
that year's and the sequels and hey, Smokey and the Bandit
Smokey the Bandit
franchise
ran.
didn't
I'm just
destroy itself like Star Wars.
Smokey the Bandit ran for 3 years in Rockingham, North Carolina.
I don't believe it.
3 years. And then it left and came back.
What are they talking about?
It,
The original? Is this the original? I didn't know there was an original. I thought it was a uh Jim Carrey movie. I didn't know it was a remake. Fun with Dick and Jane. Oh, it has Jane Fonda in it. Yeah, I really don't like it now. Yeti was good. Oh man, The Deep was awesome. To a 7-year-old.
the Island of Dr. Moreau with
Oh,
Michael York and
so many. Man, 77 was just the year.
I
The
swear.
Deep. Deep gets a star. The Island of Dr. M. I can't spell it.
Island of Dr. Moreau.
Mor. Yo.
EAU.
Mor. What is the law?
Moreau.
Yep. I don't know if I did it right or wrong, but if I did it wrong, spell checker fixed it. What is the law? You will not eat the meat. I did try recently, within the last 2 years, meaning recently, because it's free on
Because
YouTube and many of the others to watch The Deep. Oh
the
no, that don't watch movies that you think you liked in your childhood as an adult. Oh, I would have said 8 out of 10 from when I first saw it in theaters, and from sometime in the last 2 years, I stopped it. 1 out of 10.
what? The Deep?
Yeah, The Island of Dr. Moreau, all versions. I loved them. I liked the book first. You will not hurt the humans.
I like that version is more entertaining than the one with what's his name in it?
The
The second one.
Godfather.
Yeah. That one's more entertaining.
Yes, by far. Sorcerer.
I saw The Heroes, but it was a love story, and I've never really been into the lovey-dovey stories. Like uh love story, heroes, things of that
Oh
nature.
man,
I
love
like the
story
music.
is not a
I
love
like
story.
I like the music from the love story.
Everybody does. Bloom 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 bloom. Bloom 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 bloom. But I don't know. All I remember is that's a horror story. A Vietnam veteran suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, they didn't call it that back then, I don't think,
No,
breaks out of a VA hospital and goes on a road trip with a sympathetic traveler to start a worm farm in California with his fellow veterans. Well, it sounds like, oh, it has Sally Field in it. Gidget. It has Harrison Ford in it. Henry Winkler, the
no.
Fonz. Got a lot of big
Oh,
names. I don't remember it at all.
um, Cameron Harrison Ford played a bad man, with Gene Wilder playing a Jewish rabbi heading for San Francisco. I love that movie because Harrison Ford's trying to get him to move faster because he's being chased by a posse, but the rabbi won't ride a horse on the Sabbath.
Mm. Oh my gosh, there's somebody on the hood of an American Motors car. I used to have that exact color coming up on the screen, on the far left of this screen. And only American Motors made those cars that look like that. This is not a Matador. It must be a Gremlin or something. But that weird goldy brown color, only AMCs were available in that color.
Just like my mom's truck was in Ford green. That's what the paint was called, Ford green. It was a metallic deep forest green.
What else we got? Three Women, I don't remember. Exorcist #2, The Heretic. I still haven't seen it to this day. I refuse. Wow, 3.8 out of 10. It looks like I'm not missing anything. 11% on the Rotten Tomatoes. That's record territory. 2023 and 2024 have brought us
Oh, The
some
Duelist.
new record lows. Wow, Saturday Night
Duelist.
Fever. How could I forget that was?
Yeah, 'cause the more recent said John Travolta playing Santa Claus, dancing
Huh.
Saturday Night Fever song.
Yep.
But
Exorcist
the
2, allegedly.
Duelist was another good movie.
Breaker Breaker. Chuck Norris. Isn't that Chuck Norris?
Yes.
Wow, 4.3 out of 10. Not going to look it up. Outlaw Blues I've seen. I don't remember it from back then, but man, they were busy. Oh, I'd never even heard of this before. See, we learn something new every day. It's called Dracula's Dog. Oh, that says 1978.
Probably
Never
a C
mind.
movie. Probably a C movie.
Yeah, and it's from 78. The Death of Richie. 77 American made for television drama film based on Richie, a non-fiction book by Thomas Thompson about the 72 DOA of George somebody. George Werner. That sounds like
That's
SADS.
if that's the house I'm thinking of, where it just shows it looks like an on fire cat. It's the house I'm thinking of. That's a House 2 is better than House 1, though.
The Good of Richie. Yeah.
Gauntlet.
We already talked about the Gauntlet earlier. I give it 10 out of
Yeah,
10.
just in. Looks like it's a movie here. I remember the Jabberwocky.
Yeah, me too. I
But
don't
I'm
even know what this
also a
is.
Lewis Carroll fan.
Well, we covered Google's main results. Man, 77 was a busy year for movies. Thanks, Jimmy Carter.
We get crap right now.
Yeah, starting about 2007, 1997. I don't know, man. We had a long, dry run. If we go through movies today, would we able to find one that we even wanted to write on a list? Probably not. Yes, there is actually. Akatawale. Here's the big tangent. I don't remember what year it's from. Oh, 425. Oh, tangent. Remindered. Recent. Remaindered. Reminded. Recent movie worth seeing. the father, Anthony Hopkins. Especially anybody dealing with somebody with everybody in the Biden household. Check it out. It's important. And thank you, Mueller, again. I've said it many times. Thank you, Mauler, for putting it on my radar. Now I'll look it up. And I understand they
Well,
had some of these problems with both elderly Carters, the
more recent movies,
father,
Dune 1
2020.
and 2. Dune 1 and 2. Okay.
Wow, I was all the way back in 2020. Time flies when you're being miserable in COVID lockdowns.
Maverick. Okay movie. I wouldn't call it a good movie. I'd call it an okay movie.
Especially anyone with loved ones dealing with cognitive stuff like dementia, senility. What's the other one called? Old timers. Elizabeth said, "Good night." John is here. Good night. Have fun. We'll hang out here a little while longer. Holla if you guys get bored. Senility and the like. I'm just going to leave it like that. The Father, Anthony Hopkins. Very good movie. But
Okay.
like Love
That makes
Story, it's tough
that
on you.
makes 4. Yeah. That makes 4 movies that in the past 4 years that are worth seeing so far.
See, IMDb says 8.2 out of 10. I think it should be higher. Rotten Tomatoes says 96%. Whatever a letterboxed is says 4.3 out of 5. That would be 8.6. That's a little higher than.
Well, out of the top 35 movies from 2020 to now, there was 3 movies that they had listed as the top 35 ranked movies that were worth seeing. 3. That's sad. I remember the summer of the blockbusters. It was every week there was at least one good movie that you wanted to see growing
Yeah,
up as
no
a kid.
joke. Look, look what we just did in 1977 for Mr. Jimmy Carter, making up for that nightmare hostages thing. We we gave you the blame. You were the president, so now we're giving you the credit. This is just 1 year. Good job, Mr. President. Hooked it up. And all those things. I didn't even remember it. Saturday Night Fever was that year. So much stuff.
Oh, okay, let's take a look at the 80s when you and I were in high school and graduating. Let's see.
Well, we're trying to keep
Miracle
this.
Mile was
Yeah.
okay. Scarface, 83.
Uh,
It was
Fantastic. No
who
women,
framed
no children.
Who Framed Roger the Rabbit?
Who framed Roger Rabbit? I can't even mimic that Roger Rabbit, but I love that movie. Fantastic.
1980 Airplane. Quit calling me Shirley.
Yeah. When you had just got through being made a
Amadeus.
drooling idiot by the
Yeah,
airport movies, they brought out the airplane movies and made it good again.
yeah. Amadeus. Very
That's
good movie. Very good music.
super, super, super one of my top, top, top. Seen it hundreds of times.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I remember that one.
Never seen them.
And, uh, I'm also skimming past a bunch of movies that were crap. Full Metal Jacket.
That was later in the 80s.
That was 87. Police Story with Jackie Chan. Heathers was a pretty entertaining movie.
Deer Hunter came out in 78. That's another kooky-fied Vietnam/Vietnam vet movie.
Do that again, and I'm gonna spray you.
Who you spraying?
Cat just jumped on my keyboard, and everything started scrolling up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yay. Deer Hunter, 78. We'll give that to Jimmy too. Deer.
Caddyshack, 1980.
Oh, well, we'll definitely give that one to Mr. Carter. Caddyshack is awesome.
To the Future, 1985.
Nope, he was out.
Bull Durham, another good one. Well, I liked it because I was a fan. It's a movie about where I hung out a lot. Purple Rain.
Yes.
I'm not a Prince fan, but it made quite a bit of money.
Yeah, I've never seen it and never will.
No, yeah, I've only seen bits and pieces of it, like on MTV.
Hmm. The little Google sidebar. If you look eyes on the screen, it's too small for reading on screens. I'll zoom it a little bit. It says recently viewed movies. Only you can see this. Except that
Gandhi.
I'm streaming it live to the internet.
Gandhi, 82. Raiders of the Lost Ark, 81. Platoon, 86. Rain Man, 88. The Last Emperor, 87. Raging Bull, 80. Elephant Man, or The Elephant Man, 1980. Good movie.
I am not an animal.
Yep. Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, 1980.
Allegedly.
Das Boot. E.T.
Phone home.
The Killing Fields. Aliens. Back to the
86.
Future.
I've seen a
Back to the
lot of the Back to the Future movies, but
original,
not good, not bad,
1985.
just movies. To me, everybody else is deeply steeped into
The Right Stuff, 83. Mississippi Burning. Dead Poet Society, which was an okay movie.
I would agree.
Star Wars Return of the Jedi, 83. Blade Runner, the original, 82.
Stars of Han Solo.
Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, 89. The last of the good Raiders of the Lost Ark movies. Die Hard, 88.
And now I wonder who.
Glory. Breaker Morant. The Witness. Field of Dreams. I don't know. The Color Purple was a pretty good drama. Depressing, but pretty good. The Thing, 1982.
Fantastic. 10 out of 10. How do you search?
Since we
Search
just
or
left
filter
Christmas,
library?
The Christmas Story, 1983. The Terminator, 84. Princess Bride, 87.
As you wish.
Yep. I cannot pronounce it, but it's Of the Valley of the Wind. Nasuka Valley of the Wind, which was a collaboration between Disney, when they were still doing good movies, and the Japanese studio. What's the name of that Japanese studio, dear? Valley of the Wind, House in the Sky. Ghibli, yeah. Collaboration between Ghibli Studios and Disney. Castle in the Sky, which was a Ghibli movie. For those that want to watch somebody in drag, Tootsie.
I remember kind of chuckling a few times at Tootsie, but that was when it was brand new, and I've never tried to watch it again.
The Untouchables.
That was a good movie. Tron,
Just like a
1982.
yeah, just like a wop. Bring a knife to a gunfight.
Tron, 1982. DW, 1010.
Hope, Glory.
Which one?
Hope and Glory. It's
Ringing
about
any bells.
it's about outskirts of London, World War II, in the eyes of a young kid. I don't know if I remember Blue Velvet or not.
Oh, if you've seen it, you'd remember it. Blue
A fish
Velvet is
called Wanda.
tough stuff. I
A
know I've
fish
seen
called
it. I don't remember. I didn't hate it, but I don't think I loved it. Is that the
what? A
one
fish
with
called Wanda.
Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yes.
Yeah, I know I've
Oh,
seen it. I don't remember a single thing about it. Can't believe I remembered she was in it.
well, I mean, it's got 2 or 3 of the people from. I mean, it has a lot of the Monty Python crew and 2
It is,
Americans.
it is well rated. She had a nice
Yes,
leather outfit on.
I don't care. Her politics might suck, but she's a very attractive woman. Her
Yeah, I wouldn't know if she had politics because she don't discuss them on screen in the movies.
well, no, not in the movies, but recently she's been vocal. And then I mean, it had John Cleese in it,
Yeah,
Michael Palin.
I don't really like Kevin Kline, but he doesn't drive me away from. I really don't want to see movies with Jack Black in them
Yeah,
or Adam Sandler.
I like this one, and then he did Silverado. No,
So
yeah, Silverado, the Western.
who did?
Again, I like the '80s John Cleese when he played M's apprentice. He played R. In his Schweppes James Bond commercials.
Well, it had
Those were
Rosanna
also fun.
Arquette in it. Jeff Goldblum, The Brundlefly, Danny Glover, Linda Hunt. Wow, why don't I remember this? What is it? A band of misfit friends come together to right the injustices which exist in a small town. Silverado,
Yeah,
1985.
John Cleese. Hurry up, Sheriff, we can catch him. And all of a sudden his hat flies off his head from being shot, and he goes, "My jurisdiction today ends right here."
This has everybody in it. Scott Glenn, Kevin Kline, Kevin Costner, Rosanna Arquette, Brian Dennehy. Brian Dennehy's been in a lot of good movies. John Cleese, Danny Glover. He's too old for this S words. And he fought the Predator #2 and prevailed. The Brundlefly, Linda Hunt, Ray Baker, Joe Seneca, Jeff Fahey. Jeff
I love Linda
Fahey.
Hunt. Linda
Yeah.
Hunt plays the best characters.
Yep. Jeff
Like,
Fahey was in the Lawnmower Man, the first ever 3D VR stuff
the only reason
based
I watch
on Stephen King
NCIS,
books.
the only reason I would even watch NCIS LA was because of her.
Linda Hunt. She is of the Jimmy Carter era. We're still on task. She was in Pocahontas, 1995, Silverado, 85, Kindergarten Cop. I know I've seen it.
She was also in The Killing Field.
The Year of Living Dangerously. I've seen that too, 1982. Yeah, she's been everything. She was in Solo, a Star Wars story. I wouldn't know because I refuse to acknowledge any of that garbage since #7, whatever that was
Kindergarten
called.
Cop was hilarious.
Yeah,
Kindergarten Cop was hilarious.
I liked Kindergarten Cop. That's another Arnold, isn't it?
Going,
Blood
boys have,
Moon,
girls
God of
have
War
vaginas.
video games.
And
Do
that
they
one little
now?
kid, would go, boys have penises, girls have vaginas. It's like, I'm sorry, I laughed.
She
Because I can see
narrated
that actually
3
happening.
episodes of The American Experience. I didn't know that. They would always show sometime shortly after it was brand new. I can't remember the guy's name that made all the American Experience shows, movies. They would show them on PBS, so we'd watch them. The Relic, I've seen, 1997, Third Stone from the Sun. I'm still on that, the one actress.
Yeah. Oh, she
Maverick,
was in Kindergarten.
scenes deleted. Well,
She
that's,
played the principal in Kindergarten Cop.
I wonder if they have like a director's or an extended version. She was in Maverick,
Yep.
but it says scenes deleted. Well, that's just awful.
Yep.
Why would you delete those things? Did you delete them fast? I thought that was fast. Younger and Younger, $20.
I wish you'd quit misquoting me.
If Looks Could Kill, I've seen. 91, Kindergarten Cop, 90, She Devil, 89, I have seen. Waiting for the Moon, good movie. The Room Upstairs, okay movie. Arena. That was a TV show, not the movie. The original Dune, 1984.
Yep, she played the maid.
The Year of Living Dangerously, 1982. It's good.
Well,
It's
let's
well
get back to
rated, 7.1. I don't
the
remember her
Dune.
in Popeye, and we just talked about that the other day.
Yeah.
No.
Dune, the movie, when it was in the theaters, I went with my brother and I kept nudging him going, "Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that?" And he's like, he said, "Will you shut up? Let me enjoy the movie. I'll let you know about the book later."
It's
But
above
when
your
I
pay grade.
but when they released the version that was seen on TV, it was actually longer and it added in a lot of the stuff I was nudging my brother about, going, "Why are they doing this?" Is in the TV released version, but not in the theatrical release version. But you got to admit, Sting makes a great bad guy.
Yeah. a lot of they take a popular musician and jam them in a movie. They stuck Adam Ant in a movie once with a lot of famous actors. FX or something like that. Adam.
What's his name of Rolling Stones did a rendition of Elephant Man that was real good, as well as he played Ned. Oh, Ned something, an Australian outlaw, which was real good. Ned Kelly, the story of Ned Kelly. Um, the only movie I've ever seen with David Bowie in it was Labyrinth, and I thought he played the Great Goblin King.
Oh gosh, yes. And I really would. That's another 1986 movie, like Aliens. We didn't even touch Aliens yet.
Yeah,
86,
talking
like
about
77, was a great year for movies. For me. The rest
yeah,
of you just figure out your own thing.
talking about singers have been pushed in movies. Elvis Presley did some fun movies, and he did 2 good movies. The 2 good movies he did, he really doesn't sing in them. He's not the singing guy. He's just an actor in the movie, and those are his 2 westerns. But I still enjoy watching things like Blue Hawaii, um, the greatest. No, it wasn't the greatest. It's when we're Roustabouts, I believe it was called. Those are fun. No great acting. Well, they got some great actors in them. They're just not real great acting. Uh, Walter Matthau got his big start, playing a heavy next to Elvis Presley and the Creole King. But for the most part, singers don't make good actors. For the most part, there are some exceptions to that rule.
Yeah, and
Just like
it's a business, and I know they're like your name, like that. I don't remember. Yesterday or today, I brought up that in the movie version later on, they had Madonna in Evita. But back in the
okay,
80s, Madonna was in Desperately Seeking Susan.
which was a fun movie, not a good movie, a fun movie.
Not good, not bad. It wasn't even fun to me,
Oh, I thought it was fun.
but it made them a lot of money, I bet.
Oh yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Every time Cyndi Lauper shows up in a TV show or movie, she does a good job of it, even though she admits she's not an actress. She goes as it's. If you really want to know, it's me, Cyndi Lauper, playing me, Cyndi Lauper. They just give me a new name.
Oh,
But
what was that one she did all the music and had a little cameo minute in? The Goonies.
yeah,
With that guy with the rubber bands in his beard from wrestling.
yeah, I think that's like her godfather, because she grew up around wrestling. Because in one of he plays her father in "Girls Want to Have Fun,"
Yep.
the music video, not this. But then you got actors that have no business trying to produce albums, but they sell. William Shatner made 9 albums. He cannot sing. He talks to the movie. But
It's
Leonard Nimoy had a #1 hit. Do you know what that was?
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
No, I'm
Oh,
going. It's a song. A
nope.
song. He did a song that was a #1 hit.
Mm-mm.
Bilbo.
Bilbo.
Yeah. Funny little
Leonard,
hobbit named
Le-
Bilbo.
yeah, Leonard Nimoy has one of those really good
Nine,
voices.
I
Had
think it was
whatever.
yeah, 97 somewhere in there. But the funny part is in the video that they did for Bilbo. This is before MTV. one of the dancers in the 80s played William Deering in Buck Rogers in the 25th Century.
Oh, I love that TV show. Is that the one you're talking? You talking about the TV show?
I'm freezing my nuts off.
Yeah, the
Excuse me.
one
There's
the
two
robot was
versions.
a gangster.
Twiggy.
Yeah, he was a gold clock hanging around the gangster neck of the other robot, right? And it'd say
Yes.
beady 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 beady.
Yeah.
Yep.
Funny part about that one, there's two versions of it. One for TV and one made for the movie that came out. The one for TV said I'm freezing my circuits. The other one says I'm freezing my ball bearing. The difference, just like the introduction to the movie Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. They did the song and the music from and are the different actresses in the movie in almost in a Bond-esque type appearance. They're all wearing these long flowing air blowing gowns or next to nothing.
Oh yeah.
So I
I'll
remember seeing
admit
it in the
it.
theater.
Honestly, yeah, I was a child then. I'm allowed to have impure thoughts. I've been to confession and repented my wicked ways. It wasn't that little robot that was so
There's nothing. There's
utterly
nothing.
memorable, and the outfit on the women folk, especially the Star Woman,
Nothing. God good.
was a whole lot of something different in 1985. Madonna, Seeking Susan. I asked the Google bar and it said that yes, Desperately Seeking Susan made 27.5 million at the box office. That doesn't include any later on sales of VHSs and DVDs, and probably has a special Blu-ray edition with behind the scenes stuff in it. I don't know. I'm not looking it up.
Well, it seemed like in the 70s, 80s, and somewhat in the 90s, there were movies that came out that you look forward to going for if you were working, getting off Friday night to go see. Not so much in the 2000s. It started slowing down in the 90s, and then in the 2000s, it's like, do I really want to use up money for that? Because I mean, I remember even as an adult, waiting for everybody to get paid or go on a Friday, goes getting a couple of cars to go see a movie as a group
Yeah.
and having fun. Maybe go to dinner first.
Sacrilege. Sit there and look at it on your tiny little phone screen. In about a minute, sir, if you don't
Yeah,
mind, we'll take a break.
Well, we can call it because I need to say goodbye to my wifey
All right.
soon,
Well, I'm going to
and
play
I'll probably
more
want to.
for a while, but
That's fine.
you do whatever you got to do.
Well, due to medication, I need to put my feet.
Yep. Eastern break.
Like
GH.
if you're on when if I get up, I'll jump on with you. But other
Cool.
than that, everybody have a good night. I hope everybody does well. Have fun. And I'll talk to y'all later.
Very good.
Bye.
Bye. Get the girl up on the screen. Get to be right back, girl up. All right. Now I'll be right back. Then I was back. Let's get back on task. Man, that was a good romp. We took a good long romp. How long? Almost 1 hour. Almost 0 minutes. Starting with all the good movies from 77, giving Jimmy Carter the credit. Back to Jimmy Carter. The main intriguing to me, and we said earlier, or I said earlier, oh, Mahler is still online doing live streaming with Metal Commander, Dark Souls 2, because I missed the first one. I don't want to watch the second one. And they still haven't published the schedule. That was something I was looking for. They say they're celebrating their 10-year YouTube anniversary, but it's 10 years of streaming total anniversary. And they had to do this Dark Souls 2 Tisms number 2 streamings because everybody worked really hard and got Metal Commander up above 10,000 YouTube subscribers. Videos and reviewing stuff at the Destiny channel. It was something I meant to do here. Besides, go to the YouTube home and get distracted. Having to do with Jimmy Carter. Anyway, the main thing about Jimmy Carter of note to me, nowhere, um, I'll even wrap it and let's see if it works this way. Uh, I'm not finding, and I searched some this morning. I'm searching again now. There's not a lot of the appearance of impropriety for who I called a good guy. Me and George both kind of agreed. George is very 100%. I'm on the fence, I guess, about whether or not do we call him a good president or just a president. I don't remember who he ran against, so I don't know. Is it better him than whoever the alternative was? We don't get to play those games. But there's no scandals. George said, Gerald Ford. So let's add him. Scandal. It's not good that it says scandals plural. The stuff about pardoning Nixon, I'm not going to call a scandal and say that whether or not I think, I don't know. Everybody make up their own mind. What I was worried about is that not many of our presidents, or yes, our U.S. presidents, in or prior to my lifetime, have been scandal free. The only thing that really looks like was messy for poor Gerald Ford is that he was there at the tail end of Watergate, Nixon, the messes. So, yeah, Gerald Ford looks okay. There's not a whole lot of. We don't have to mention any of the modern Go back to Reagan. So many Reagan things. We just brought it up a while ago. That whole crooked, corrupt Iran hostages thing. And then you had the whole plausible deniability, birth of a cliche or a special verbiage. Is the president really in charge? We have to keep things away from the president. Don't let the president even know. For all that's worth, Reagan had lots of scandals. Everybody Kennedy wrapped up in scandals. Nixon, of course. Not going to talk about anybody from the 90s and 2000s. All just messes. So Ford looks okay, but he was only there, what, 2 years? 3? Gerald Ford. Time in office as president. August 74, so 75, 76, 2 years, 4 months. 2 years, 5 months. Something like that. But anyway, Mr. Carter did good. Gerald Ford did good. Back to Jimmy Carter. No scandals. And I don't know how to spell it. Scintillating. Salacious. Help me, spell checker. Salacious. No scandals and salacious stuff. And all that jazz. What year did that come out? All that jazz. 79. That one goes to Mr. Carter as well. Before Roy Scheider or Schneider or whatever his name is became Blue Thunder. Catch you later. Scheider. And all kinds of other great movies. All that jazz. 1978. Jimmy gets that one too. All this stuff has to be either taken in context. And again, I probably haven't seen all that jazz since maybe 2009. Maybe before that. I don't know. Been a while since then. It's certainly been a long time since it was new and I saw it new. Even, let's say, I saw it somewhere between '05 and '09. It was still good to me. But part of that is always tied to the rewatching of just what the blinky lights on the screen is the original experience. We can't unassociate it. Or I can't. I'm not that good. Sometimes you can unassociate it. Like, I don't care how many people say what. Same kind of topic, but I'll try to keep this on. Let's go the era. Jimmy Carter. Other things that no one ever dared try this again because it didn't work out politically. See, they don't even call it a scandal. It's just politics. Jimmy Carter. He was very advanced. Today we say progressive, but then when they said progressive, 1970s, they meant like They were science fiction time travelers. They had all these good ideas. Solar panels. Jimmy Carter, a day ago, New Yorker says, green energy visionary. Somewhere in Washington, Jimmy Carter had federal government money spent on installing solar panels somewhere. People ask, did Jimmy Carter put solar panels on the roof of the White House? Jimmy Carter's environmental legacy set the foundation for today's climate action. Former President Jimmy Carter at the June 20, 1979 dedication ceremony for solar panels installed on the White House. This must be like the clip that goes with the blurb or whatever they call it under a picture. So yes, he did have solar panels. In August 6th of 2010, Scientific American answers the question, where did the Carter White House solar panel go? Wow. In 2010, of course, one of the solar thermal panels landed this week at a science museum in China. And there's a fine photo of Mr. President Jimmy Carter standing with his solar panels. They only use them to heat water. In the year 2000, this solar water heater behind me, which is being dedicated today, will still be here supplying cheap, efficient energy. Yep. And let's find out. Some of the solar panels, it is the former that has come to pass. One resides at the Smithsonian, one at the Carter Library, and as of this week, one will join the collection of the Solar Science and Technology in Dezhou, China. The ones we used, or Jimmy Carter used, with an asterisk, was manufactured in Warrentown, Virginia by Intertechnology / Solar Corp. Today the U.S. gets, this is 2010, today the U.S. gets a mere 7% of its energy from renewables. Solar, thermal, and photovoltaic technology combined provide less than 0.1%. By 86, Reagan admin had gutted the research and development budgets for renewable energy at the fledgling U.S. Department of Energy. I know I'm skipping words. Link is up there. Link going in the chat. Paste. Link going in the thing, in the logs / notes. We'll just leave it over here. 0511 reading RE solar panels. There we go. Back to it. Dismantled the White House solar panel installation while resurfacing the roof. Mechanical engineer says, why didn't you keep it? I'm skipping a lot. Why don't you keep it? And there's no answer. So one guy twice or two guys once tried to convince the Reagan administration. I don't know that any president stands around on what you guys doing on the roof up there. Well, let me tell you how you need to be doing it. It takes a lot of people to assist the executive in that office with a capital O. And they go on and on and on. So sometime around 86, during Reagan number two, they got rid of him. Jimmy Carter's thing. And like I said earlier, it made me sad when I was a kid when they purposely twisted everything up with the hostages. And now it turns out, according to 2003, may have even prolonged the hostages, remaining hostages, to make Jimmy Carter and the Democrats look bad. So that the former Democrat, Ronald Reagan, and some other Republicans, and I promise you, lots of Democrats, the dash after the letters, beware incoming President Trump. You can't trust the dash whatever's after their names on the news medias. It's all good. We're not talking about that dude and his foolish friends. We're talking about Jimmy Carter. He passed away yesterday, I believe. 29th. 100 years old. I'm done with solar panels. Good read, good read. Stuff I already knew, but I just wanted to get it in the can. And again, just to clarify, I had never looked it back up, ever, never. 5, 14, 30, repeating third time when I was 10. It made me sad. I don't know the better word for it. Feel bad, sads for Carter that he didn't get to do anything with the returning hostages. And what do I know? If I knew anything, I'd be one of those highly paid advisors that no one ever knows of, or some silliness like that to a politician. But obviously, I don't know anything. And I'm cool with it. Because what you got to know is that you got to kiss the ring. And I've already made too many innuendo bad jokes about, especially the brown one between their cheeks. That ring. And you got to French kiss it. Yeah, like that. That I'm too stupid for that. I guess you gotta be really smart to get paid to be like that and get whatever. But Carter wasn't that kind of president. And apparently neither was Ford. Just a little naive. We're gonna leave it at that. And it made me sad. When I was a little dude, I was about 10, that I could not understand. In the spirit of unity, God, I've been hearing that. And now I've seen older, and I used to see them, the little movies, JFK, many moons before I was even a thought. Talking about unity and unifying, if not the highly divided, and we are highly divided. Things have not got better about how much we hate each other. We just pretend harder. And luckily, I guess, got some pharmaceuticals, so we haven't gone hot Civil War #2. We just gave up all of our guts and very first world country. Very spoiled, very blessed, We're lucky. The worst thing that ever happened to anybody, and it only really got worse, super bad because no adults standing around acting like adults, is Miss Ashley Babbitt of that whole shenanigans of January 6, 2021. Everything surrounding 2020 and 2021. And it's still going on today. I just watched a video this morning that a very brave, fine, brave young person, it they recorded it, just a phone video, no editing, no nothing else, because it was very heartbreaking for them. That, coupled with other health problems, the newest editions of COVID got her father in July. Everything else is just more lies from our government. At least the good and the bad and the ugly. Jimmy Carter was very limited in mobility and exposure to anything during the whole COVID mess. We might not be having this conversation today if they'd been romping him around and letting people come and go without making sure, hey, Mr. or Mrs. Carter are elderly and frail. They can't be risking the norovirus. So, lots of now, almost nothing early this morning. Now it's everywhere. Jimmy Carter's legacy honored in Maryland and right here. I'm doing it live. I'm trying to stay on task and stay on target. End of year yapping. I don't know who it is, but they make it rain. Got some of them pink headsets, not with the kitty cat ears, but pink headset nonetheless. Scrolling. I like me some Destiny. My missus does not. He react videos or pause expound videos. Lots of other people use cussy words. And then he uses cussy words, and I use too many, and she's had enough. Michael J. Fox. I couldn't remember his name for days. There it was. And maybe Dakota Fanning. The girl from The Man on Fire 2004 version. Sean Sorrentino. Sir, stop pointing your pistola over Burns. Oh, girl in a blue dress has no friends 2 years ago. We should check in on her. With 2.6 million views, I hope you got a friend. Look at that sad face. See? Girl in a blue dress. Make sure you keep your sad face just like that. Because if you learn to roll that bottom lip out, make a bottom pouty lip and a sad Z face, oh, you would have 6.2 million views. Thank you for not doing that to all of us. And according to the Jimmy Dore show, I don't know who that is, Trump betrays MAGA. Or Megay, however you say it, for Elon over the visas. Lots of news and headlines if you want to go read that. What they both did is spent the last 4 months raising Laura Loomer up into the sky. And then let her fall and splat upon the earth. She's a big girl. Laura Loomer, do you need advisors? Paid ones? Can you afford anything? Or are you that dollar stupid? Obviously, penny wise and dollar stupid. I imagine that she's one of those people that uses every ounce and cent of income as down payment on something more immediately gratifying. And eventually the monthly bills add up. And when someone like Elon Musk stops your money for one day, it could hurt. It could cause havoc and mayhem that takes years to try to crawl out of. Defaults, delays, late fees. And then do you have obligations? Like, do you have employees that have worked hours and need their money, but you don't manage money well? Or maybe she's better than that. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. Because she doesn't know how to control her mouth. And don't say things that'll make Elon Musk take your little blue check mark away and stop your money. There he is. World's fastest shooter ever. Jerry Micklick. 8 shots in 1 second. True story. Out of a revolver. Very customized firearm and ammunition. I'm just scrolling headlines. The Predator is dumb. Wait, what is wrong with you? Check it out, Possum Reviews. Are you hate baiting me? You want me to go find out and then you're going to say, JK, J/K, just kidding. I refuse. Somebody go find out for me and send me a note, a comment, or a community. And because I have put up in my videos, oh look, there she is. It's a mix. Her name is something. It means grace. Can't remember. Because I have the thing in my videos, whatever that was, it International Association Law Enforcement Firearms Instructors, a couple years ago, we did the shotgun test or shotgun challenge or something, one-handed shot G-wording. I get lots of Miami shootout stuff. And I saw another one this morning that I don't know if it's a fake or a bait clicker thing. I would be sad if it is for real. A retired FBI guy that took decades to come up with and ended up being a YouTube video of his ideas about what went right and wrong. And everybody asked me about it quite some time ago. So I did a response text. I didn't do a video. But still got with him first and said, do you want to do like video stuff, interview back and forth? And he said, no, thank you, or whatever. Anyway, I saw a thing that said, I am DOA, unalived, the 4-letter word. And it said underneath it in the little blurb that he had authorized somebody that upon his ending, unaliving, that they were to upload that video. There it is, Argo. I think Argo has to do with the Jimmy Carter thing. I think. I don't remember. Let me make sure. Argo. IMDb. Written, starring, directed, all by Ben Affleck. Acting under the cover of a Hollywood producer scouting a location for a science fiction film, a CIA agent launches a dangerous operation to rescue 6 Americans in Tehran during the U.S. hostage crisis in Iran in 1979. Yes, it is. That's what I thought it was. I've seen it. I don't remember enough to give it a rating. Let's put a note. Argo scrolled into the YouTube scroll. 2012. RE. Iran hostages. 1979. DW. Not rating. I don't remember anything exceptionally good, and I don't remember anything bad at all, so I can recommend it for that. Scrolling. And I'm not sure what else. Project Zomboloid or something like that. Everybody's turning on Elon Musk. Disaster 4 hours ago. I hear this name a lot, and I've seen Destiny do stuff with David Pac-Man show and David Pac-Man and stuff like that. They're very young people. I'm not very young people. It's hard for me to keep up and follow along, so I usually move on. Their IQs and their speed is way higher than mine. But for those of you interested in current dramas, I do believe that is the Laura Loomer. It's on my to-do list for today. Maybe-ish. I wanted to dedicate more to the Carters in the good old 70s. Man, we did spend a good long time on it. And even though I don't want to drive anymore, vehicle vibrations are agitating an old injury. It was up here somewhere about the Laura Loomer and the Elon Musk associations. I just don't think I'm going to mess with it today. It really wants to. And this is just drama in the world, but it does affect real world because this dude's going to be our daggone president. Again. He's no more in control of all the rest of the lunatics up there at the asylum than any other president, including Jimmy Carter, has ever been. Let's go back to the home. Refresher it. And in case you're ever wondering, here's a tech tip. When you go back to home or go somewhere else and then go back to home, it does not update all of this stuff. Like it was showing me well into this morning. Don't go watch that blah, blah, blah from Boyer number 3. Don't do it. Click the dots and report it. But it was showing me that lots of people were live. You have to refresh the whole homepage to update this. See, just a second ago, that was showing as not live. But I can see right over here, is live. Crimson Tide's a good movie. Way after the Jimmy Carter in the White House era. America remembers Jimmy Carter. He is a man of peace. See, I'm not the only one. He seems like a good guy. And he's got a good family. Lots of updates in the last couple of years or few years, especially since the grandmother died, the wife, the Mrs. Rosalind or Rosalind, however you say it. And I know I misspelled it in the thumbnail. Thanks again, ABC. It's not their fault. They're tech nerds. Probably had a character limit, and I didn't bother to go make sure. Get a second opinion. I rushed. That's what happens. I will have to apologize forever. Because the only way to fix it would be to take down the live version. Basically re-upload it as it is with a new thumbnail. And I love you, ma'am. I found out today that you were quite the looker back then. And your husband, too. Both of you. Very attractive and handsome. Say the C like it's a G. That's Jink from the Young Turks. He's taken a lot of internet drama, heat, and flack lately. It is what it is. Robert Vogel, 2 years ago. It's got it in my history, somehow fell off. I guess I'll have to go watch it again. Make sure it's got my thumb on it. I did liked all, watched all, and liked all. Trying to help his algorithm. What else can we do? Get off the YouTube screen. Let's just, what we might do, because I really don't want to talk about the loomers and all that. At 5 hours and 33 minutes, minus a long 30-minute break. Anybody that stuck to it and got through the break, thank you, thank you. It'll be in the comment. Still haven't worked out if I should, when things like that happen, in particular, take the video that records in real time with the upload, fire up the old machine that has the good video editing software on it, clip out the bad spots or mute where I said the G word. I don't know that I have to. I've watched many videos that are still monetized and everything else, and not ratioed or anything complicated, that use a lot of the terms that myself and George and Elizabeth are all trying to be really careful. Others, we've had a few, other than just us. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Like, subscribe, bell thing. Feel like I want to say more. I want to go do cat calls and whistles to nothing. Dudes, to whatever's. Everybody, as long as they look at least 40. In my subjective opinion. Troll some more. Jump into 78, 79. Give Jimmy Carter all the credit for all the good movies. A little tube talk. And babbling. And. Thank you, spell/grammar, even in Notepad. Thank you. You help dude out. A little tube. And babbling. And then then wind it down. And I've been good, and then I wasn't. For 5 or 6, I have immediately, after the live was ended, waited. It takes about a minute of lag time before my login shows me that it is not live any longer, so that I can copy paste all of this log into the comment. And a couple of times I've been really good and gone like this, went from 4 minutes to 15 minutes. And I've gone and filled in some of those details before I put it up in the comments. in the comment. But the last 2 days, I have not done good. Sometime tonight, I'll get the comment done. Maybe I might rest and then do it on the morrow. So here we go at 5:37. Like we're doing a TV show, even though we're using avatars with whatever, not camera on screen. Doesn't matter because I'm the producer, the director, the writer, the plotter, the planner. And when I'm sitting here all alone by myself like this, I do all the voices. Ha ha ha. And none of them any good. Just kidding. I don't H8 myself. So anyway, like we're doing a TV show. We start at 5. The 2 and the 1 are silent. That's for turning on TV programs. But we're turning off a TV program. Cool like that. Old people talk. Having a good night. Thank you everybody for visiting, listening, like bell thingy and all the rest. In 5, 4, 3,